What up guys, and welcome back to another React.js project tutorial. In this tutorial we are going to build and deploy a fully responsive modern React website using React 18 and React Router 6. Now before I walk you through the finished project, let me tell you some of the things that you're going to learn throughout this video. Right, so by the end of this video you should know how to use React 18, some of the best practices and all that. You will know how to use React Router 6, at least the basics for your routing. You're also going to learn how to use React icons, okay, for your icons. That's the icon library that we are going to use, or the package that we are going to use for our icons. We are also going to create a lot of reusable components, okay. So throughout the project we will be creating a lot of components to make our lives easier, since React is a component based library. We are going to use the useState hook. That is the only hook that we are going to use in this project. In my next project, or in my next tutorial, we will be using a lot more hooks. They use context hook, they use effect hook and all that. But for this project, we are only going to use the useState hook. So if you're a beginner, I think this project is going to be very, very helpful, since we are not going to be doing a lot when it comes to hooks. We are going to use CSS transitions and CSS keyframes for animation as well. Okay, we are going to animate some elements on the page, so we are going to use transitions and animations. You'll know how to customize your themes or customize your websites using CSS variables. So for the CSS, we are going to use CSS variables so that one, we don't repeat ourselves, and also for easy customization. Okay, so if you need any changes, we can just change a value, and all the elements that uses that variable are going to be affected. So as you can see, or as I'm going to show you in a minute, this website is very modern and very beautiful and very responsive as well. Okay, so this website is going to look good on mobile phones, tablets, and desktops. So we are going to use media queries for responsiveness, and alongside that we are going to use some CSS variables that helps when it comes to building responsive websites. Okay, so we are talking of rems, we are talking of percentages, viewport height, viewport width, and all of that. Okay, so those are the units that we are going to use for most elements. Okay, also at the end of the video we are going to deploy our website to the fastest hosting or to the fastest service, okay, so that we can make our website available for everyone around the world. All right, so this and more things that you're going to learn in this tutorial. Now let me walk you through the finished project. All right, so this is the home page of the project, or this is the index of the project, and as you can see we have a beautiful navbar at the top, and then we have this header section. We have more elements or more sections on this page which we are going to explore, but notice this cool style that we have for the active link for the nav. The active page is going to have this style for its link, okay, in the nav section, which is really cool. All right, so let's go back to the home page. So we can click on this logo or on the home to come to the home page, and let's explore the home page. Okay, so we have the nav, of course. We have this header section as well with this cool button hover effect, and then this text that we have on the left. We have this image on the right and this cool background as well, which we are going to create ourselves. Okay, this is actually not an image, we are going to create this ourselves. Okay, so you are going to know how to do that. Let's scroll down and we have more sections. Okay, we have this our programs section with these cards and this cool hover effect that we have here, and notice the texture for the background as well, which I think is really cool. So this card is going to be a reusable component that we are going to build, and we are going to reuse it for most of the elements, okay, for a lot of the elements. All right, so here on the values section you can see we have this hover effect for the image on the left here, and we have the same hover effect for the card as well, which I think is really cool. We have this frequently asked questions section as well. Okay, so we can toggle the answers to the questions that we have. Okay, and we are going to use the use state hook for this toggle. Scrolling down, we have the testimonials section. Okay, so we can see the testimonials of our happy clients and all that. Okay, so this would be the testimonials of your clients. Okay, and these are local data that we are going to use. We're not going to fetch anything from an API or anything like that. All right, and lastly, we have the footer section. Okay, down here. Okay, so we have our socials as well. Instagram obviously is stripping. We have Twitter, we have Facebook. So this would be real links, okay, or real handles to your. All right, now let's explore the other pages as well. So let's go to the about page. Okay, so we have this for the about page, and notice we have this cool hover effect for the images on the about page. So we have our story section, we have our vision with this cool hover effect for the image as well, and then we have our vision, our mission section, sorry, and lastly we have our footer. So that's all for the about. Let's quickly move on to the gallery, and notice the header for almost all the other sections, which is going to be a reusable component that we are going to create. Almost all the sections have that. Okay, so let's come back to the gallery section, which there's not much to talk about. We just have our images and then our footer. Okay, so that's for our gallery section. Let's quickly move on to our plans, and we have this card, which is the reusable components that I talked about for the home page, and we have our footer section as well. Let's quickly move on to the trainers, and we have our trainers, okay, with this cool hover effect as well, and their handles, right? So you would have the handles of your trainers for your gym, right? Now let's move on to the last page, which is the contacts page, and we have the header, the contacts. So we have email, Facebook Messenger, and then WhatsApp. Okay, so for the WhatsApp, your visitors can just click on that link or on that WhatsApp icon, and then your WhatsApp is going to load. Okay, so they can directly send you a message on WhatsApp, okay, without having your number or anything like that. Okay, so right here we can say, right, and then send a message, which is really cool, right? This is the same number that I'm using. That is why it's being read directly. Okay, all right, so let me close this. Back to the project, we have mail as well, so people don't have to select your email like this or anything like that before they message you. Okay, so with this a link or this icon, they can just directly click that, and then your email is going to be populated. Okay, and they can enter their subject and then the message. Okay, so they can enter their message and then send you that message, and you are going to receive it in your mail. Okay, whether being a Gmail, email, Gmail, Yahoo, or anything. Okay, which is really cool. And we have Messenger as well, which I don't have a Facebook account, so I wasn't able to test this, but this should work. Okay, I'm going to show you how to do it. So you just add your link and you're going to be able to receive messages. Okay, so they just click this and then they can, or your visitors can directly message you on Facebook Messenger. All right, so those are the pages that we are going to create. Basically, it's a single page website. As you know, for React, we are going to hook everything in a single div, and we'll have this. Okay, but now let me walk you through the responsiveness. Okay, let's see how this website looks on tablets and then mobile phones. And this is how our website is going to look on tablets. We have the cool hover effect as well. In that case, it's going to be a touch effect since we will be on tablets. We have our frequently asked questions section. Okay, we have that beautiful toggle. We have our testimonials section. Everything is working perfectly. We have our footer section, which has a slightly different style now since we are on a tablet. Let's explore the other pages quickly. So we have our about, very simple. We have what else? And notice the animation. Okay, so we are going to use CSS keyframes for this animation that we have there for the nav menu. So this is our gallery section or our gallery page. We have our plans. We have what else? Trainers, our trainers, right? And lastly, we have our contacts. Okay, so everything is working perfectly. Now let's see how this is going to look on a mobile phone. And this is how the contact page is going to look, which is looking beautiful. We have different style for the footer, as you can see here. Everything is aligned perfectly. Let's check the other pages. We have the trainers, okay, with this beautiful effect as well. Of course, the footer is going to be a reusable component, so it should look the same for all the pages. Let's move on to the plans. Okay, everything is looking amazing. We have the galleries. We have the about, of course, still having the cool hover effect. And then lastly, we have the home page. Okay. All right. So this is what we are going to build, and we have a lot to do. So let's get started. Now, as I said earlier, we will be deploying our website, and that means after building the website, we will be uploading the website files to a server, okay, and make it available for everyone around the world. So for that, we are going to use Hostinger. Hostinger is by far the best hosting provider right now, and that is because they are very reliable and affordable. As you can see here, for $3.50 per month, you are going to have your website hosted, right? So here they have different options. They have different plans that you can select. So I prefer this plan. Okay, I prefer this package as I'm going to be able to host 100 websites. They give me 100 gigabytes of SSD storage. I can have approximately 25,000 monthly visitors on my website. They give me a free email. Okay, so you can get maybe hello at your website.com, and they are going to give you a free SSL as well. Okay, and SSL is the lock that you usually have on your website, okay, making your website secure. They give you a free domain name as well, which usually costs with other hosting providers. So hosting actually gives you a lot of free stuff. So that is what I am going to use, and I have my affiliate link in the description. So if you appreciate this tutorial, you can use that, and I may get a commission when you make a purchase, okay, and you're also going to get a discount. So here I'm going to select the package that I want, and Hostinger is very affordable, so I'm going to go with this. That is the 48 months. I'm going to enter my email, and I'm going to use PayPal. Okay, so let me go straight ahead and submit or make my payment. Let's proceed and claim our domain. Okay, so they are giving us a free domain. Let's proceed to claim it. So your domain name is going to be your website name. All right, so the domain name for this, I'm going to say, okay, so this is going to be my domain name. Let me check to see if it is available, and it is available. Okay, so I'm going to claim it, and we are going to create our website ourselves. So we are going to skip this step. All right, so now that we are done purchasing our hosting and claiming our domain name, let's proceed to building the website. All right, now let's go ahead and then create a React app. Okay, so you can do this on your desktop or wherever you want on your computer, right? But I'm in my tutorials and then main folder, and this way I'm going to create my project. As you can see, I have my previous tutorial, which is the React portfolio website, and I'm going to create a new folder called React Website 1. Okay, and this way our project is going to live, or our app is going to live. So right away, I'm going to right click and then open this with VS Code. That's the text editor I'm going to use. Let me zoom in a little bit so that you see what's happening. All right, let me open my terminal and let me clear this. Okay, so we can run npx create react app dot slash. Okay, so we are creating our React app in our current directory, which is our rw1. Okay, all right, so I'm going to hit enter and our React app is going to be created for us. By the way, make sure you have Node.js installed before you run npx create react app. Okay, npx and npm, which we are going to use to install other packages. That's the npm node package manager. We are going to use that to install other packages that we are going to use. So make sure you have node installed, which comes with npm and then npx. All right, so right away, as you can see, everything is installed. Our React app has been installed. We have our node modules with all the packages, and let's actually proceed and install the other packages or the dependencies that we are going to need. Okay, so we are going to use React icons, so we can right away install React icons. Let me actually open my package.json, and as you can see, we have, and as you can see here in the dependencies, we have React DOM and all that. Okay, so let's install other dependencies that we're going to need. Let me actually clear this and install React icons. Okay, you can add dash save so that you make we make sure it is actually included in the dependencies. Okay, so as you can see, we have React icons, and also we are going to use React router. So npm install React router DOM. Okay, that is saved just to make sure it is actually included in the dependencies. Okay, we could install both in one line, but yeah. All right, let me clear this and I'm going to run npm start to start our development server. Let me close this package.json. All right, so as you can see, we have our running React app. All right, now in our project here, we have to clean up some files that we have here. Okay, some of these files we are not going to need, and some we need, but we have to clean the code inside and all that. Okay, so to not waste time, I'm actually going to delete everything in the public folder. We only need the index file, and here too in the source folder, I'm going to clean up everything. Okay, so I'm going to delete every file in the source folder as well. Let's do everything from scratch. Okay, so when we come back to our app, we have a big error. Beautiful. All right, so in our public folder, we are going to create our index HTML. That is the only HTML file that we need for this whole project. Okay, so we are going to create index.html. All right, and with emit, which comes with VS Code, it's an extension that is pre-installed in VS Code. I'm going to do doc tab. Okay, and I'm going to have this boilerplate. And for the title, I'm just going to say responsive modern website or React website. And we are going to have our div, okay, our root div, which our app is going to live in. Okay, our whole app is going to live in this root div. Okay, this div with the ID of root. All right, now I'm going to come back to this HTML file. We are going to link our font, but for now I can just close it. Okay, Now in the source folder, in this source folder, we are going to have some subfolders and some other files and all that. So here is where we are going to do all of our work. Okay, now I'm going to bring in the images that we are going to use. So in here, as you can see, I have a lot of images, and I'm going to leave a link to this in the description. Okay, basically this is going to be part of the starter file, right, or the starter project. So I'm going to leave this in the description, and I'm going to bring this in my source folder. Okay, so inside the source we have this images folder. Okay, now in the source folder I'm going to create some more folders. First, we are going to have the pages folder, which is going to have all the pages for the project or for the app. In the source as well, we are going to have a UI folder, which is going to have the some components. Okay, some components like the card components and all that. And finally, we are going to have another folder called components. Okay, in the source folder directly we should have some files as well. The main one is going to be the index.js, which is where we are going to link our whole app to that root div. Okay, so right here we can import react react dom from import. So this should be import. So we are going to import react dom from react dom / clients. Okay, we are going to import our app component as well, which we don't have yet. Okay, so let's create that right now. I'm going to create my app.jsx. Okay, and with this extension, which is react, where is it? Oh my god, this right here, ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. Okay, with this extension I can do RAFCE and then enter. Okay, and I'm going to have this functional components. All right, I can remove the React import, we don't need that. There's going to be our root component, and we are going to link that app, okay, to our index HTML or to that root div in the index HTML. So we are going to create a constant here called root, and that is going to be equal to react dom dot create root. Okay, so we are going to use this create root method and then link that root div. Okay, so we're going to use the query selector here, and we give that an ID of root. So we do that, and down here we can call the render method on that root. Okay, and then our app component, okay, which we have to import. So we import app from. So now when we come back, let me refresh this, and we have our app, okay, which is coming from this div that we have here. Okay, if I should change this to React website, I'm doing some typos, but that's no problem, and come back, we have it right now. Before I close this index.js, let's create a CSS file for it, okay, which is going to hold some general styles for our whole app. All right, so in our source we are going to create, we are going to create index. Let me save this. So index.css. all right, which is going to be directly in the source folder, right? So we should link that to the index.js. Okay, so we are going to import index.css, and we are done with our whole index.js file. Okay, so we can close it. Let's close our index.css2 for now. Okay, and maybe close the app.jsx as well. In the pages folder, okay, we are going to have all the components for the different pages, right? And let's actually have each of the pages in a folder. Okay, so we are going to have our about page, Okay, we are going to create a JSX file and then a CSS file for it. Okay, so all the pages are going to have their JSX file with a CSS file as well. Okay, so in the pages as well, we are going to create contact. So a contacts folder. Let's create, I'm doing this in alphabetical order. Okay, so we are going to have our gallery as well, and we are going to have home or the index page. We are going to have the not found. Okay, so in case I actually didn't show you that. Okay, so for a wrong path or a wrong route, we are going to send them to this not found page. Okay, which is going to have a button to bring them back to the home page. It's going to have the nav as well, the nav or the nav bar as well, right? So we have the not found, we have plans. So come on, that should be, so we have the plans page, we have the trainers page, which is the last one, right? Now in the components folder, we are going to create the different components as we work along the project. But for now, let's create all the files that we need for the pages. Okay, right? So in the about, let's create our about.jsx, and also, you know what, let's directly run refce. So let's have a component here. So we have a functional component using the arrow function, and then we have this about. Okay, and let's create a css file for it as well. So about.css, each of the pages are going to have their own css. Okay, so we can directly import that. So import about.css. Okay, let me have some space here. Beautiful. So we can close these two pages or these two files. In our contacts, let's do same. So contact.jsx refce, we have arrow function components, and we are going to create our css. So contact.css, right? Let me save, let me come back here and then import contact.css. Okay, let's close these two as well. Come to the gallery, and lastly our trainers, right? So we are going to create trainers.jsx, right? fce here. I'm going to remove the React import, and let's create the css. So trainers.css, and let's make sure that is linked. So we are going to import trainers.css, save, and that is all. Okay, so we can close these two as well. Beautiful. Let me minimize this. Let me actually minimize the whole pages, right? All right, now if you come to our page, of course we just have this React website text, which is coming from the app components, right? Our main components right here in the app, in the app.jsx. Okay, this right here. All right, and to make sure we have our pages working well, I'm going to import all the components from the pages. Okay, and have them here, have them show on the website. Okay, we're actually going to use React Router for the routing, but for now, let's actually import them. Okay, so we can do, let's bring in the home. Okay, that doesn't seem to be working, so I just have to import it manually. Okay, so let's import our home components from, let's go into our pages folder, home folder, and then the home.jsx, okay, which has the home components. Now I'm just going to duplicate this, and we are going to get the about. Inside the about folder, we have the about.jsx, which has the about component. We have contact. Inside the contact folder, we have the contact.jsx. We have not found, so our error page basically. So not found, inside our not found folder, we have not found or JSX. All right, so I'm going to remove this. So we have all 7 components or all 7 pages here. All right, so let me actually just have them here. So we have the home component, we have about, and then we have not found. Okay, remove this, and when we come back to the page, we should have all those pages, okay, or all those components, right? So everything is working perfectly. All right, so let's proceed and start working on our route. Okay, so we are going to first create our navbar, which is going to be a reusable component on all the pages, right? And you know what, before we do that, I'm going to bring in this data.js file. Okay, I'm going to put that directly in the source folder. Okay, so we have that here, and this just has array of some objects. Okay, so we have the links array, which is this, which we are going to use in the nav. Okay, in the nav bar, when we get to the programs section on the home page, we are going to use this array of objects as well. For the values too, we are going, so this is just some data that we are going to use for our project. Okay, let me actually leave this opened. Let's come back to the objects. Yes, and as I said, we are going to start working on our routes. Okay, so let's create our navbar, which is going to be a reusable component. So here in our components folder, let's create a file, navbar.jsx. Okay, that's going to be our navbar. Let's create a CSS file for this as well, navbar.css. Let's make sure that is linked to this. So import navbar.css. All right, so I'm going to do RFCE here as well, so that we have a functional component. Okay, arrow function component, and our navbar is going to be inside a nav tag. Okay, which is an HTML5 semantic tag, and we are going to wrap all the elements inside a div with a class of container, which is going to be a general class container, and a specific class of nav underscore container. Okay, so this is going to be specific to this nav. Okay, which is the nav container. Right, now we are going to have our logo on the left, and then so we have the logo, nav links, and lastly we will have a button. Okay, which is going to be the hamburger, and then the close button that is going to show on mobile and then tablet devices. Right, all right, so first we have our logo. Right, so let's actually make sure we import the logo. Okay, which is an image inside our images folder, as I showed you in the file. So let's import our logo from, let's go into our images folder and get the logo.png. Okay, that's the name I gave it. So in an HTML file, this would be inside a link so that we can click on it. But here, since we are using React router, we are going to import link and nav link. Okay, from React router DOM. Okay, the link is going to be used for the logo, and then the nav link is going to be used for the nav links itself. Okay, and the reason why I'm using the nav links is because it comes with a prop, that's its active prop, which we are going to use to detect which page we are on. Okay, so that we can have a special style for that link. Okay, now for the logo, there's going to be inside the link tag, and let's give this a class. Okay, a class name of logo. Okay, and this should be going to the home page. Okay, this should bring us to the home page, right? And of course, inside it we are going to have our logo, so that's going to be an image, of course, and we are going to have our logo. Okay, which is this image right here. And for the alt, I'm just going to say nav logo. All right, so let's actually make sure this is the last import, that's the CSS file, so that it affects all the elements, okay, before it, right? So let's see what we have, and nothing, and that's because we don't have this navbar linked to our app, okay? So right away, you know what, I'm going to import our browser router, okay? So we are going to wrap our whole app component inside our browser router, okay? I'm going to import browser router. I'm going to get the routes and then the route, okay, singular, from the React router DOM. So instead of the div, I'm going to have the, come on, this should be browser router. So browser router, yeah, okay. And I'm going to import my navbar, okay. So navbar, and I have that imported right away, which is cool. Okay, as you can see here, we have inside our components our navbar, right? And now let's come back and we have our logo. Okay, so let's proceed, or let's go back to our navbar. After the logo, as I said, we are going to have our nav links. So right away, let's import that from the data.js. Okay, up here, as you can see, we have links. We are exporting that as a named export. That's the links array. Okay, and we have the links, right? Each of them has the name, that's the object, has the name, and then the path to that page. Okay, so we have the about with the about path and then all that. All right, so let's go back into the navbar and import that data, or sorry, that's the links from data. Let's go back and then the data.js, right? Okay, so we are going to have that inside a UL or an added list, and let's give this a class name of nav underscore underscore links. Okay, and inside it we are going to map through, okay, this array and show the links, okay, using this nav links that we are importing from the React router DOM. Okay, so we are going to use the map method. Since each of the elements, okay, each of these is an object, we can right away destructure them. Okay, we can use object destructuring here. Okay, so we can get the name and then the path, okay, which are the only two things that we need. And also I'm going to get the index, and for each iteration we are going to return an li and the nav link, okay, which is going to be inside the li. Okay, so the nav link is going to have a 2, okay, which is the path, right? And we are getting that here. Okay, we are destructuring that here, so we can right away pass it in, and the name of that link, okay, and we are getting that too, so we can right away pass that in here as well inside the opening and closing tag. All right, and if we save that and then come back, we have our links. Okay, so we have home, about, gallery, plans, trainers, and then contact in the order that we have in the array, as you can see here. Okay, beautiful. Now outside this, as I said, we are going to have a button. Okay, we are going to have a button. So, and this button is only going to show on tablets and then mobile devices. Okay, so I'm going to have a button and give that a class name. I'm going to give that a class name of nav toggle btn. Okay, inside this I'm going to have that button. Okay, so I'm going to import, or you can actually go to, let's just search react icons. Okay, so you can go to this GitHub and you can search any icon that you want. Okay, so let's say bus, and you can use this. Okay, So you can just copy this and then use that, or anyone that you want. Okay, you can use anyone that you want. So I'm going to use this one, so I can just click on it and it is going to be copied to clipboard, and I'm going to import that as a named import from the React icons package. Okay, and make sure you have the initials. Okay, that's GO in this case. Okay, and we are going to use this for the icon, and we are going to use it like a component. Okay, so just like this, okay, as a closing tag component. So we come back and we have that icon. Okay, beautiful. Now we're actually going to use the state. We are going to use the use state hook to actually toggle that on mobile and then tablet devices and all that. But for now, let's actually style this. Okay, let's style our navbar, and then we'll come back to adding the functionalities. Okay, adding the active nav and all that. Okay, so let's go into our nav css, and actually, you know what, let's go into our index.css. Okay, we are going to have some general styles first before we start styling or start working on the navbar styles. Okay, so let me put this, come on, so let me put this side by side. All right, now let's clean up our page. Okay, so we have, as you can see, we have some pattern that we don't want. We have these bullets, we have these underlines for the links and all that. We don't want any of that. Okay, so we can actually target every element and maybe target the before and then after pseudo elements as well. Okay, so before and after of all elements, we are targeting them as well, and let's give them margin of 0. Same for the padding. I'm going to do same for the border and then the outline as well. Okay, let's give them 0, and as you can see, we have some cleanup there. And for the, you know what, let me uncomment this and then show you something real quick. Okay, so see these bullets here, I could actually target the list items, okay, the UL or the LIs, okay, and then set the list style to none. But right here, I'm going to say list style for every element should be none, okay, and it's going to be removed. Right, the underlines too, I'm going to say text decoration, and I'm going to set that to be none as well. All right, now I'm going to set the box sizing for every element to be box border box. Okay, and now I can uncomment this pattern, and we have everything cleaned up. Okay, this space is the logo, that's why we have this space here. Okay, something is actually there. All right, now as I said, for easy customization, we are going to use CSS variables. Okay, so I'm going to set some root variables here, and this first one, let me call it primary hue. Okay, so this is how you name variables in CSS, and I'm going to give this a value of 210. Okay, that's our primary hue. We're going to use the HSL. Okay, that's the color format that we are going to use, right? And another variable that I'm going to have is this, which is going to have a value of 240, and that is going to be for the gray. This is actually not gray, but bear with me here, you are going to understand what I'm doing very soon. Okay, so I'm going to have my first color, that's the primary color, so I'm going to call this color primary. And as I said, we are going to use HSL, that's hue, saturation, lightness, right? And the first value, which is going to be the hue, is going to be the variable that I have up top, which is the primary hue. Okay, now why 3 quotes? It should be only, so we have the hue here. Okay, and then the saturation is going to be 100%, and the lightness is going to be 50%. Okay, so let's save. And just for you to see what is happening, I'm going to target the body and then give the background, or the background is going to have a color of the color primary. Okay, and that's how you use variables on elements on your page. Okay, so instead of me having a hex code or whatever here and then repeating that for all elements, I can just have this variable, okay, with the hue also as a variable that I have up top, right? So if I change this hue to a different value, notice we have a different color, right? And this is very, very handy for easy theme customization and all that. Okay, so this is the approach we are going to use. Okay, nice. Now let's come back to this and let me remove this body here, and I'm going to have some more um I'm going to have some more variables. Okay, so instead of me wasting your time, I'm just going to paste them in. Just going to paste in all the root variables that I'm going to need. All right, let me make this bigger. Variables that we have here for the colors, and then we have some for the width of the container. We are going to have a general container class, as you saw in the navbar. There's a general container class that is going to apply, or we are going to put that on many sections of the page, okay, so that it helps center the website, right? So on large devices, we are going to have the width of the main container or the general container to be 80%, right? And on mobile and then tablet devices, we are going to set it to 90%. Okay, so that is why I have these set as variables. Okay, if you don't want these values, you can just come up here when you get a source code and then you change it. Okay, or as you are typing with me, you just change them. Right, we have this transition as well, so all 500 milliseconds is, so we are going to make sure our transitions have a constant effect. Okay, so these are the values that we are going to use, right? All right, so we can proceed and have some more general styles. Okay, so let me just say general styles here. All right, I'm going to grab the body. Okay, and let's actually change the font that we have here. Okay, let's use Montserrat. That's my favorite font if you haven't noticed that already. So let's go to Google Fonts, or just search let's go to fonts.google.com rather, and let's search Montserrat. Okay, that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to click that and get the ones that I want. Okay, so I'm going to grab from the light, that's the 300 font weight. The italics, I don't want them, so the regular, um the medium, the semi bold, and the bold. Okay, those are the only ones that I want, and I'm just going to link or bring it in the HTML. Okay, so I'm going to copy this link. You can also import it if you want, so you can just grab this from here and then import it in your CSS, but I prefer the HTML route. So I'm going to grab that, come back to our HTML file. So inside our public HTML, I'm going to put that here. Okay, let me leave a comment. Let's just say Google Fonts Montserrat. Okay, that's the name of the font, and I'm going to paste that link I copied. Save, and we are done with this HTML file. Perfect. All right, so we can use that font now that we have it. We can just close this. We can use that font right here. So the font family is going to be the Montserrat font and just a backup sans serif. Okay, save. Now I'll refresh this, and now as you can see, our fonts have changed. Okay, now I'm going to set the color for the text to be the variable color gray 200. Okay, which is a variable we have up top. Let me maximize this so that you see it well. Okay, so there's it, and notice we are using a hue for all of them. Okay, we are only changing the saturation and then the lightness for each of them. Okay, that is why the values of each of these are going to be different. Okay, since the saturation and then the lightness are going to change. If you don't know, you can read more about hue, saturation, lightness. We have RGB, hex codes, and all that. Okay, but that's basically it. Okay, now let's set the line height. to be 1.7. Okay, so the text is going to have a line height of that. I'm going to set the overflow X for the body to be heading, and I'm going to set the background color to be, let me just do background, and I'm going to set that to be color gray 600. All right, so now we have this beautiful. Okay, let me make this, yeah. Now let's get the general container class as I said, and the width is going to be the container width LG, okay, which is 80%, and I'm going to give it a max width of 1920 pixels and a margin of 0 or 2. Okay, 0 or 2. Okay, you can actually do margin inline of auto as well. It's basically the same thing. Okay, now okay, now you can see the white part of the logo is actually showing, right? Because we have this dark background. Now I'm going to target the headings. Okay, so the H1s, the H2s, the H3s, the H4s, and then the H5s, right? And I'm going to give them a line height of 1.2 and give them a color of color gray 100. Okay, which is almost white, right? Now let me target the H1 itself, or the H1 alone. Come on, H1, yeah. And I'm going to give them a font size of 2, or let's do it 3 rem. I'm going to target the H2s and give them a font size of 2 rem. Okay, so H1s are going to be 3 rem, H2s 2 rem. And also I'm going to target every link and give them the almost white color. Okay, the light gray color, that is color gray 100. Let's save, and now our links have this white color, okay, which is this color, and it's almost white because of the lightness. Okay, the lightness is almost 100% or very close to 100%, right? And the last style that we are going to have here is the image. So every image is going to have a width, or first let's display that block. Every image is going to be displayed block, and let's set the object fit to be cover, and they should have 100% of the appearance width. So we save, and that is what we have. Okay, so with this styles, or with this general styles, we can proceed to styling our navbar. Okay, we're actually going to come back to this file, but for now let's style our navbar. Now for the navbar, remember we put that inside a nav tag, right? That's the HTML5 semantic tag, so we can just grab that. And the height, I'm going to give that 5 rem. The width, I'm going to, come on. So width is going to be 100 viewport width, okay, which is exactly 100% of the screen, right, of the browser or of the window. Okay, and the background, let's just do the primary background, or the primary color, so color primary, and let's display a grid. Okay, the reason why I'm displaying grid is because I want to place items to the center. Okay, and that's going to put the direct child exactly in the middle. Okay, which is in this case the nav container, which is the direct child of the nav tag, right? Perfect. So you don't see that right now, but bear with me here. As we are styling it, you are going to understand everything. Let me position this fixed so that it doesn't move. Okay, so that it doesn't move. So that from the top is going to be 0, and from the right is going to be 0 as well. Let me give it a z index of 99. Okay, so that it sits on top of everything on the page. Perfect. Now we can grab the nav container. So nav container, that's nav underscore container. I'm going to set the height for that to be the 100% of the parent height. I'm going to display that flex. Let's save and see what we have, and we have this, which is not terrible, but of course we have to work more on it. And as I said, on large devices or on large screens, we don't need this icon, okay, or this button. All right, so I can right away display that none. Okay, so let me actually do that here. Let me leave a comment saying only shows on medium and small screens. So we can grab the nav toggle btn, that's the class we gave it, and then display it none. Okay, we don't need that right now. All right, now let's continue with our container class. That's the nav container. We are going to justify content to be space between, and I'm going to align items as well to the center and position this relative. Let me target the logo. Okay, it's too big, so we give that a class of logo. I'm going to give that a width of 7 rem, and that's what we have. It is not centered well in the nav because of this. Okay, because of this. So let's target the, we give this the ul. Okay, the unadded list, we give that a class of nav links. Yeah, so let's target that. So nav links, let's give that a display of flex, and now we have this. Okay, let's have some space between, nope, here, let's have some space between the elements, so a gap of 3.5 should be good. Perfect. Right, what else? I'm going to align items to the center. So our nav is almost done. Okay, now some of these elements are not showing because they are under this nav bar. Okay, since this displayed flex, that is why these elements are beneath it. Okay, and we are almost done with our nav bar, but as I said, I'm going to have some active class and all that. And you know what, let me actually have some hover effects for the nav links. Okay, so I'm going to target the nav links and get the anchor tags, and that should be on hover. Right, on hover, I want to change the color to be the secondary color, okay, which is yellow. Okay, and it's working, but I want this to be smooth. Okay, so we are going to add that transition. Okay, that transition variable. So the transition is going to be the transition variable. Okay, you can give it a, come on, transition, that's the variable name. You can give it your own transition if you want, but now it is smoother. Okay, you don't need that, but it looks cool. All right, now as I said, the active link. Okay, so the active link here, we are going to use a prop. Okay, from the nav link that we got from, that we are getting from the React Router DOM. Right, we are going to use a prop called is active, and that's going to help us know the link or the route that we are on. Okay, so that we can style the link differently. Right, I don't know if that makes sense. So let me first have those styles that we are going to use for the active link. Right, so down here I'm going to have a class called active nav. I'm going to position that relative, okay, because I'm going to target the after pseudo elements, okay, and position that absolute. Okay, so the active nav again, I'm going to target the after. The content is going to be an empty empty quotes. I'm going to display it block. Give it a width of, come on, 1.2 rem. Height of 1.2 rem as well. I'm going to give it a primary background so that it matches, but for now, you know what, let me give it a red background. Okay, let me position the absolute. Okay, I'm going to give it a left. I'm going to calculate 50% minus half the width, okay, which is 0.6 rem. Right, and I'm going to transform, rotate 45 degrees, and also give it a margin top of 0.9 rem. Okay, now you can't see anything on the page yet because none of these links have that active class, okay, or that active nav class. Right, so let's go back to our nav bar component here. Now we are going to use the is active prop. Actually, you know what, let me just show you. Okay, so the class name, we are going to check to see which route that we are on. Okay, so that we can put the class, that is the class that we just styled on that active route element. Is active. So there's going to be an arrow function, and we are going to check if it's active. Okay, it's true. If so, then we want to give it that class that we have in our CSS. Okay, that is active nav class, right? If not, then it should be empty code. So the link with the current route is going to have that active class, right? And all the other ones are going to have this empty class, right? So if you go back, we have that on the about, since we are on the about route. Okay, if I go back here, it's going to be on the home. If I come here, it's going to be on the gallery. It's going to be on the plans here, since we're on the plans, and we are currently on the trainers and all that. Okay, now if I click the logo, we should have it on the home, since that link brings us home right here. Okay, so that is what we are doing here. Perfect. Now I'm going to change this back to match the background of the nav, so that we have that uniform style there. Okay, so I'm going to change this to the primary color. Okay, so color primary, save, and now we have it. Okay, perfect. All right, so now we can actually proceed it and make this responsive. Okay, this does not look good on tablets and then mobile phones, so let's proceed it and have some media queries for that. So right here, I'm going to leave a comment, media queries. And this is going to be for medium and small screens. Okay, this is the only media queries that is going to apply for both medium and then small screens. All other ones are going to be different. We're going to have separate ones, okay, for medium and then small screens. But for this now, it's going to apply for both. Okay, now let's say at media screen and max width. Okay, let's do 1024 pixels. Okay, so from this screen size or window size and below, we should have these styles. Okay, for us to see what is happening, I'm just going to target the nav and then change the background to red, just so we see the breakpoints. And as you can see right here is the breakpoints. Okay, so below here we are going to have the size for tablets and mobile phones, right? Anything below this is going to be for tablets and mobile phones. Okay, all right, so I'm going to target the nav toggle btn, and I'm going to bring that up. Okay, I'm going to show that. Let's display that inline block, give it a background of transparent, and font size of, come on, font size of 1.8 rem. Let me change the cursor to big point as well, so that it looks clickable. Okay, so we have this. All right, now I'm actually going to target the svg. This is actually an svg, right? So I'm going to target the svg, that's the icon, and give it a color of the color light. Okay, or the color gray 100, which is that almost white color, which is color gray 100. So we save and we have a light gray or white color. All right, now let's grab the nav links. Okay, let's position them absolute. Okay, that is why the parent, which is the nav container, we initially positioned that relative. Okay, so yeah, let's give it a top of 100, a right of 0, and flex direction to be column. Okay, there's actually already displayed flex, so here we are just changing the flex direction to be column. Okay, we don't need this active class on the tablets and then mobile phones, so we're actually going to remove that. But for now, I'm going to remove the gap here as well, and now we can remove that active listen. So let me set that to display of none. Beautiful. All right. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so let's actually target the nav links. Okay, so the LIs rather inside the nav links. Okay, let's give them a height of 4m, width of 100%, and I'm actually going to give them a box shadow. Okay, negative 2 rem for the x-axis, 2 rem for the y-axis, 5 rem for the blur, and there's going to be black with some alpha. Okay, so 0.4 should be good. Yep. Box shadow, good. And now we have some box shadow. We don't have a background for it right now, but we have a box shadow right there, as you can see. And let me actually target the links, okay, inside of it. Okay, when these are rendered, each of the nav links that we have are going to be anchor tags. Okay, so we can right away target the anchor tags, and let's give them some styles as well. Okay, so we are going to give them a background color of color primary, and I'm going to set the height to be 100%, same for the width, 100% as well. And I'm going to display it flex. Align items to the center. Let's save, and that's what we have. Let me give it some padding. Okay, so a padding of 1 rem for the top, 5 rem for the right, 1 rem for the bottom, and then 3 rem for the left. Okay, and I think we have this before pseudo elements. So yeah, okay, and the before, so it's active. That's actually the after, right? And now we don't have it. Okay, so we are removing that as well. And now there's the styles that we have for our tablets. Okay, so I'm actually going to add some animation and all that, but for now let's actually be able to toggle this. Okay, so initially this shouldn't be showing, but on click of this icon we should show it, and we will have the close icon. Okay, so that we can close this back. Okay, so for that we are going to use the use state hook here in our nav component, or our navbar component. All right, so I'm going to import the use state hook right up top. So import use state from React. Okay, and in our component, directly in our component, let me destructure this. Okay, use state returns exactly two array elements, or an array with exactly two elements. The first one is going to be the state value, so let me call this a nav showing, and the second element is going to be the state updating function. Okay, so this function is what we are going to use to update this state. Okay, so we are going to set that to the use state hook, and initially this should be false. Okay, the initial state should be false. Okay, so the nav won't be showing initially. We should have, I'm actually going to use template literal for the class. Okay, we're going to have a little bit of logic here, so let's enter JavaScript mode and use the template literal. Okay, so this nav link is going to be there. So if the is nav showing state is true, okay, if that is true, then I want to show this nav menu. Okay, so I'm going to have a class called show nav. All right, and if not, okay, if this state is false, then I want to have hide nav instead. Okay, so let's actually come back in the navbar CSS and have those two styles. Okay, so we have show nav, which is just going to display flex. Okay, and hide nav, which is going to be display none. That's the only thing that we are going to do. Hide nav. So this is display none, and as I save, as you can see, this is gone. Okay, because the state value is false. Okay, so if it is false, then we are hiding the nav, which is the UL. Okay, if not, then we are showing it using that display flex. Okay, so if I should come back here and then change this to true, our nav should be showing. Okay, but initially it should be false. Okay, now to show it, we are going to put an embedding listener on this button. Okay, to actually toggle this state. Okay, so here on click of this button, so I'm going to add that on click prop. So on click, I want to get the state updating function that is set as nav showing, and I'm just going to set the opposite of the state value, okay, that we currently have. Okay, so its nav showing is going to be opposite of what we currently have. Okay, so if we come back here, we can now toggle this. Okay, so initially it's going to be false, but on click of this, the opposite of false is going to be true. So we are going to set it as true, and then the class that is going to show the UL is going to kick in. Okay, so we have that toggle. Now we should actually be able to change the icon as well. Okay, so in here we are going to have a little bit of logic. So let's enter JavaScript mode here, and we are going to check if its nav showing is true. If so, then we should have the close. Okay, if we are showing the nav, then we should have the close icon instead. If not, then we should have the bar icon. Okay, or the hamburger icon, right? So I don't think we actually have the close, so I'm going to import that. I'm going to duplicate this and import the, I'm just going to write the name, okay, of the icon. You can search on the React icons page and then get that that icon or any icon that you want. Okay, so MD outline close, I think that is it, and we can show that here. Okay, MD outline close. Okay, so now we should be able to toggle this. Okay, so now you notice we have this close icon showing. Okay, so if this is nav showing is true, then we have the close, else we have the hamburger icon instead. All right, so that is all for the responsive design for the navbar. Okay, so let's actually each out. Okay, so we actually, since we are mapping through this, we should have a unique key, and that is why I had the index, but I forgot. So that is why we have the error there. If I refresh this, we shouldn't have any errors, right? I'm going to maximize this, and let's view this on an actual device render. Okay, so on mobile, that's what we have. Okay, on tablets too, it's going to work perfectly, right? I'm actually going to have some animation on this, so let's actually do that right now so that we have some animation. Now for the animations, I actually have a dedicated video on how to create navbar animations, like responsive navbars and how to animate them and all that. So I'm not going to waste time showing you how to create responsive navbar animations, but I'm just going to paste that in. So I'm just setting some keyframes here. I'm targeting the LI, which I'm going to put the animation on, right? So I have the animation. So the keyframe that I'm using for the animation is right here, the duration, the easing function and all that. Okay, so this is very, very simple. I'm going to leave a link to that tutorial or to that video so that you check it out. All right, so with this code right here, so from here to down here with this code, let's see what we have. Okay, so as you can see, we have this cool effect. Okay, and for this to even look cooler, I'm going to target the parent of what we are trying to animate, that is the LI. We are animating the LI, so the parent of that is going to be the UL, and I'm going to add a perspective of 400 pixels. I save, and this now going to look a little 3D-ish. Okay, and that's what we have here, which is beautiful. right? Perfect. So we are done with our navbar. Okay, now let's proceed to the other sections of the home page, right? So I can go ahead and then close the navbar. Let me go to the home page and let's work on the other pages. Okay, so we are going to treat all the other sections of the home page as components, okay, as different components, and some of them are going to have some sub components inside of them. So yeah, so that's what we are going to do. We are going to start with the header. Okay, so this part right here, this section right here, that is going to be the header section. And once again, notice everything for the nav is working. Okay, just so we are sure. Okay, if I click this, we come to the home page, right, or the index page. Perfect. So now let's get to the header. So I'm going to create a header component. So inside our components, I'm going to have a header.jsx. Now the css for this header is going to be inside the home.css. Okay, I don't want to create too many css files for each of the components that we are going to have. Okay, so this header section is going to have the css inside the home. Okay, so all the components on the home page is going to have, or they are going to have their css in the home.css. Okay, if that makes sense. All right, so for the header JSX, I'm going to have my simple component, and let's make sure we are importing that here, okay, in our home. Okay, so we are importing that as well. Make sure you import that. And now we should have our header. It's not showing because of this, okay, because of the number, right? But we are going to have some general styles which is going to take care of that real soon. I don't even know why I'm rushing to get started with the header section, right? But I think there's a lot more to do for the navbar. Okay, let's take care of the routing as well. Right now, before we even take care of the routing inside the app.jsx, let's go back into our components and then the navbar. Okay, and we are going to do one last thing. So when we come to the medium and then small devices, that is for the navbar, you can see when we click any of these links, the route changes, but this doesn't close. Okay, so that's what we are going to take care of. And even here, since we are depending on the previous state, okay, we should use a function here instead, right? This should work exactly the same, but this is the best way to do it. Okay, we get the previous state and then we return the opposite of the previous state. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. And let me just copy this on click and then paste it on the nav link. Okay, so it's going to get our same prop, the on click prop. So since it will be showing before we click, once we click it, it is going to set the state to the opposite of the previous state. Okay, so let's go ahead and then try this out. Okay, so we click, we get that path, and then the menu closes, right? Perfect. Now one thing, if the menu is showing and I click this logo, I should close it as well. Okay, so let's go back to the nav, and on the logo we're going to add an on click prop here as well, or an event listener, and we're just going to set the nav showing state to false. Okay, so it's now showing, and we are going to set it to false, right? So on click of the logo, it is always going to be false. Okay, so I open and I click this and it is false. Okay, perfect. So that's all. Now let's take care of the route. Okay, now as I said, some of the components are hidden under the navbar, so I'm going to go to the navbar css, and we have some parts under it. Okay, so now everything should be showing. It was because of the fixed position we gave to our navbar. Okay, so let's take care of the routing. And I'm going to remove all these components except for the navbar. Okay, now we are getting the browser router, the route, which was previously called switch, and the route as well. Okay, we are getting all these from the React router DOM, right? Now this navbar is going to show for all the pages. Okay, so the dynamic pages or the dynamic components that we want to render, we are going to wrap those inside the routes. Okay, so inside our routes, and we are going to use our route, that is the singular. Depending on the path that we are on, we are going to render the elements or the components that we want to show. So for this about, we want to render the about components. Let me make sure that that I close that. And actually, let's have this first one. I want it to be the index, and that is going to be the home page. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this one multiple times. So we have about, we have contact, we have gallery. So if you go to our website, okay, currently it is localhost. So if you go to localhost/contact, we should get the contact component. Okay, so right here, if I save, let's come back here, we have it. Okay, if I go to the about, we have the about. Okay, so that is what we are doing. And notice the navbar is outside these routes. Okay, that is why it is going to show for all the other components, right? So let's proceed with the gallery. So for the gallery route, we are going to get the gallery component. The next one is going to be plans, and we want to show the plans component, or we want to render that, and the trainers. I think that's the last one. So that's the trainers component, right? Now if you are trying to access any path that doesn't match any of these, then we should show the not found page, okay, or the not found component. Okay, so we are going to use the star and then the not found components. That's what we want to render. Okay, so let's come back and try everything out. So we go to gallery. Notice our gallery component is what's showing. Plans, we get the plans, trainers, contacts, and all that. Okay, so everything is working smoothly. I click on the logo, then we come home. Okay, which you don't have anything on the home page. Let's go to the home, which is even open. Okay, so if I showed right home here, so in this case I have to, I'm going to use a React fragment here, since we can't return multiple elements, right? So if I should write home, we are going to get the header and then the home. Okay, we have the header here, which is coming from the header component, right? So our route has been taken care of. Let's actually try the not found. Okay, so we go to any other page, we get the not found component. All right. All right. So now we can proceed to start working on the header. Okay, the header component. Now, even for this header, I think I should change the name to main header. Okay, so main header .jsx. All right, I'm going to have another header component. Of course, I'm going to create another header component, and that is going to be for the header for the other pages. Okay, as I showed you in the beginning. I think you're going to get that when we actually get there. Okay, but for now, let's work on our main header. Okay, I think I'm importing that in home. That's why I'm having that problem. Okay, so this should be main header. Come on. All right, let's save, and now we shouldn't have that error. Okay, so this what we are going to, this section, that is what we are going to work on. Perfect. All right, so in here there's actually going to be the HTML5 header tag. Okay, we should give this a class of main underscore header. A direct div of this header is going to be the general container class, and let's actually give this another class of main header container. Okay, now we are going to have a left side, so let's just call this main header left, and then the right side as well. Okay, so a left and then a right. Okay, this left side is going to have some text and a button, and the first one is going to be an H4, and this is going to be a hashtag. Okay, let's just say 100 days of workout. We are going to have our H1 under that, and this is going to say join the legends of the fitness world. Below this two, we are going to have a paragraph and 20. I think that's too much. 11, 15 should be good. And lastly, we are going to have our button. Okay, we are going to have a link. Actually, it's going to be a link. So I'm going to import our link from, of course, React Router DOM, and that is what we are going to use. So link, and this is going to go to the plans page basically, and this is just going to say get started. Okay, let's actually give this a class name of btn and another class of lg. All right, so that's all for the left side. Now let's have something in the right side as well. Okay, so the first thing we are going to have is that circle. Okay, that yellow circle that you saw in the demo. So let's call this main header circle. Okay, so a div with a class of main header circle. Nothing is going to be in there, but below that we are going to have another div with a class of main header image, and that is going to have an image. Okay, so let's actually import that image as well. We're going to import that image. Let's call this, let's just call it image from, let's go into our images folder and get main header.jpg. That's the name of the image. Okay, so in here the source is going to be image. Let's just say header image or main header image. That makes more sense. Yeah. All right, so that is all for our main header. Okay, so I'm actually going to call this main header, right? It's a default export. That's why we didn't get any error. All right, so let's actually go ahead and install this. Okay, module can resolve. Really? Oh, this should actually be a PNG. It should be a PNG. It's a PNG file, right? That we are trying to import. Okay, so we come back and now we have our image as well. All right, so let's actually proceed and install this main header. Okay, so for that, I'm actually going to make this a little smaller, and let's remember we gave that a class. That's the header. We gave that a class of main header, right? Main underscore header. So let's get that, and let's give it a width of 100 viewport width. Okay, a height of 100 viewport height as well, and we are going to display this in grid. Okay, just because I want to place items to the center. All right, now I'm going to give it a margin top of 3 rem as well. Let's save and see what we have, and there's it. Okay, not too bad, I guess. But let's proceed. And remember I commented this position. Okay, the navbar had a position of fixed, but I commented that out. So I think we can actually now comment that. Okay, so the navbar CSS, I had that position fixed. Okay, I'm going to, yeah, so this is what we have, and still you can see some of the elements from our main header is hidden. Okay, that's because the height of the navbar is 5 rems, right? But no problems, you're going to take care of that. And we are going to get our main header container, okay, which is specific to this main header. We're going to give that a height of 100%, a display of grid, and we are going to give it a grid template columns of 1FR 1FR. Okay, so 50% on the left side and then 50 on the right side. Okay, now I'm going to align items to the center and justify content to be spaced between. Let's save, and this is what we have. Okay, now let me actually have a gap between them. So a gap of 6 rem should be good. Okay, now you don't really see it, but there's a gap between the left side and then the right side. All right, now I'm going to target the left side, and I'm going to give it a margin top of -3 rems. Okay, I want it to go up a little bit. Okay, so if I save this, this goes up by -3 rems. Okay, right, now let me target the left again, the main header left, and I'm going to get the h4, which is the hashtag. Okay, this right here, I'm going to get that, and I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 1 rem and a color. I'm going to give it that yellow color, which is color secondary, and the font weight I'm going to reduce that to 400. Let's save. Come on, the font weight, yeah, and that's what we have. Perfect. All right, so now for the h1 I'm not going to touch it, but we can proceed and then target the paragraph. Okay, so main header left and then the p tag, I'm going to give that a margin of 1 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 3.5 rem for the bottom. Let's save, and that's what we have. Of course, let me increase the font size to 1.1 rem. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, now I'm going to target this. Okay, actually, you know what, I'm going to have some general styles for our buttons. Okay, so let's go back into our index, and just so we see what's happening, I'm going to bring this to the right side. Come on, what is wrong? Yeah, and remember we gave this link right here, we gave it a class of btn, right? So let's have some general button classes or some button styles. Okay, so for a class of btn, we are going to give the elements a color of color gray 100, the width is going to be fit content, the margin is going to be 0 auto, padding of 0.9 rem, 2 rem, so 0.9 rem for the top and bottom, and then 2 rem for the left and right. The background is going to be the primary background, and the border radius is going to be 1.5 rem. Okay, let's actually give it a transition as well, since we are going to have some hover effects. Okay, so let's give it that variable transition. Perfect. So now you can see the styles kicked in. Okay, now remember we give this another class of LG. Okay, so let's first have the hover. Okay, so on hover, I want the background to be that secondary background, or the yellow color, so color secondary, and the color is going to be should I make it white? Let's see, let me save and see what we have. Yeah, let me make that the background color, which is color gray 600. Okay, so the color on hover is going to be color gray 600. We save, and now we have this. Okay, now as I said, we give this another class of LG. So any BTN with another class of LG should have a padding. So we are just going to increase the padding to 1.2 rem for the top and bottom, and then 3 rem for the left and right. Okay, the border radius is going to be 2 rem. 2 rem should be good, and the font size, let's increase that a little bit, 1.1 rem. You save, and that's what we have. Perfect. Now some buttons are going to have another class of SM, okay, for small. So let's give those a padding of 0.4 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1.2 for the left and right. Okay, the font size as well is going to be 0.9 rem. All right, now we don't have any buttons like that for now, but bear with me here. Okay, let's actually change the hover for those. Okay, so the background is going to be white, okay, or that light gray, color gray 100, and that's all we need for the buttons. Okay, so we can now go back to our home, that is our home.css, and proceed with the styling. Okay, so we're actually done with the left side. Now let's work on the right side. Okay, this side right here. All right, so I'm going to target the right, so main header right, that's the class we gave it, and I'm going to display this grid. Okay, and place items to the center as well. Okay, so that anything I position, absolute is going to be right in the middle. All right, now let me actually position this relative. Okay, so that any element we position absolute is going to be contained in the right. Okay, if that makes sense. All right, so let's grab the main header circle. Okay, and let's give that a width of 25 rem. Okay, same for the height, 25 rem as well, and a background of, we are going to use a linear gradient here. Okay, and the angle is going to be 75 degrees, and it's going to be the secondary color, so color secondary and transparent. Okay, so it's going to go from the secondary color, or the yellow color, to transparent, right? So it's going from this to this. Perfect. Now let's make that perfect circle. So border radius is going to be 50%, and I'm going to position it absolute, and as I said, it's going to bring it right in the middle. All right, now I don't know if this looks good. Okay, let me actually target the image, and that's the header image. I'm going to position that relative so that it sits on top of this, And I actually think this looks better than the demo. Okay, I don't know for you, but this looks cool. Okay, but just so we have exactly what we showed, or what I showed you, I'm going to give this a filter. This is going to be a blur, and let's make this 15 pixels. Okay, let's save, and we have some blur. Okay, I don't know which looks better, whether this or the blur. Okay, yeah, let's just keep this. All right, this okay. And I think this can even look cooler if we add some hover effect to the main header. Okay, so on hover of the main header, we are going to give this some transition. Okay, a cool transition from the sharp to, or from the blur to sharp, right? Or should we make it blurry? Or we could make it sharp by default, and then on hover of the main header, we get the main header cycle, and then we make the filter. Let's just cut this and then paste it here, and I'm going to uncomment that. Okay, so we have this. Okay, if you want, you can pull the hover on the left, on the right side, or whatever you want, but I think that looks cool. Okay, let me add a transition here of the transition variable. Okay, this is not bad. I think we should actually put the hover effect. Come on, let's put the hover effect on the right. Okay, let's save. So when we hover here on the right side, we have the blur, which does not look bad. Perfect. All right, so now we are done with this header section. You know what, since I gave this a height of 100 viewport height, and also give it a margin, we can subtract that margin, okay, which is I think 3 rem. We can subtract that from the, okay, so let's calculate 100 viewport height minus 3 rem, okay, which is the margin that we gave. And now we shouldn't have that overflow, okay, on the vertical axis. Perfect. Now we are going to take care of the media queries at the end. Okay, so when we are done with this whole home page, okay, that is when we are going to take care of the media queries. Okay, so for now, let's move on to the next section, which is going to be the programs. Okay, so let's go back here, and let's create the programs, or GSX RAFCE. Of course, I don't need this import. In here, we are going to return a section. Okay, with, let's give this a class of programs. Okay, and we are going to have that general container class and another class of programs container, right? And here we are going to have a div with the class of programs head. All right, and in here we are going to have a span which is going to hold an icon. Okay, so we can go to icons. Why do I keep saying icon scout? We can come here and then search an icon. Let's search diamond. Okay, or crown. Yeah, this makes more sense, I guess. And you can use any of these. Okay, but I'm going to just write the name of the icon. So I'm going to import from the React icons library, or the package. Okay, and I'm going to bring that in here. So this right here, copy that, paste, close JavaScript mode. Now we should make sure we are bringing in this component in the home page. Okay, so that is programs. Come on. All right, so let me just import programs from components and in programs.jsx. We save, and now yeah, we have our crown. Okay, right here. Perfect. Okay, so let's go back. Let me close this main header. We don't need that. And yeah, all right, so next to this span we are going to have an h2 as well, and they're just going to say programs. Okay, and we should have that as well. Perfect. Now one thing, this is going to repeat for multiple sections of this home page. Okay, so we can right away turn this into a component. Okay, so I'm going to cut this and I'm going to create another component called section head. Okay, .jsx should be head, and RAFCE. I don't need this React import, and we are going to be expecting some props. Okay, so an icon. Okay, so we are right away destructuring the prop. Props is an object, so we can right away destructure it. So we need the icon, or we are expecting an icon prop, a title, and then a class name. Okay, in case we give it some other class name, we're expecting that as well. Okay, so right here we are going to return a div, or what we just copied. I can just paste that. Yeah, okay, so we are returning a div with a class of, I'm going to give this a general class of section underscore head, and we are expecting the icon, so, and also the title. Okay, so this should be dynamic. So now everything should be good, right? And we can use this. Okay, we can reuse that component on any section that we want to use it. Okay, so we can bring that in. That is section head, and let's pass in the props. Okay, so the first one is going to be the icon. So the icon, or it is expecting an icon prop, and this is the icon that we are using, right? So let's put that in here, and also the title. Okay, it is expecting a title prop as well, and they're just going to say programs. Come on, programs. All right, for the class name we'll just leave it. Okay, perfect. So we come back and everything is working exactly the same. Beautiful. Now I think I didn't use, or I didn't make use of this class name, and I don't even think we are going to need that. Okay, but for safety reasons I'm just going to use template literal here. So let's enter the JavaScript mode. Let's put in that section head class, which is going to be there by default, and then in case we passed in any class names, okay, we add that as well, right? So I can close this section head. Okay, now here we are going to have a div with a class of programs wrapper, and that's just going to wrap around the different programs. Okay, we are going to have about 4 programs. So in here in our data.js, okay, we are using some local data here. As you know, we have an array of programs. Okay, an array with 4 objects. I think 1 2 3, yeah, 4. Okay, and as you can see, I'm importing an icon here, and we're just going to use that same icon. If you want, you can go ahead and then get some different icons that I use for each of these, but I'm just going to use one icon. Okay, all right, so we are going to import this in our programs and then loop through that. Okay, and then show the stuff that we want. Okay, so I'm going to import my programs. Okay, and come on, and that's going to be from, let's go back into our data, and that's where we are getting our array from. Okay, so here we are going to map through. So let's enter JavaScript mode, programs. Okay, so our array, we are going to run the map method on it, and right away we can destructure the elements or the items that we want in here. Okay, so each iteration is going to return an object, as you can see. So we are going to get the ID, the icon, the title, the info, and then the path as well. Okay, so let's destructure that: the ID, the icon, the title, the info, and then the path. Okay, and for each iteration we are going to return something. Okay, so if I return, let's say, I don't know, some JSX, let's just do h4 and say hi, we are going to get 4, just because we are having 4 elements or 4 objects in our array, right? But of course we want to return something meaningful, so let's actually create a card, okay, which is going to be reusable for different elements as well. All right, so inside my UI, I'm going to create a card component, so card.jsx, and in here let me just do RAFCE, a simple component here, a simple functional component. I'm going to remove this React import, and this card component is very simple. So this is just going to return an article tag with a class. So let's actually enter JavaScript mode here. We're going to use template literal, a card class, and any class that we add onto it. Okay, so in case we add another class to it, then we are going to use that as well. Of course, we should be expecting this prop, that is the class name prop. So we are going to destructure that. So we are going to destructure the class name and then children. Okay, so for this, inside the opening and then the closing article tag, we are going to have our children. Okay, our children prop. All right, so this is going to work almost like a React fragment, and that's what we need to do here in the card JSX. Okay, so let me actually close this, and in here we're going to return that card JSX. Okay, so let's get the card. All right, and that is going to wrap around the elements that we're going to have in here. All right, now as I said, we can actually give it a class name prop, which will be added to the already existing class. All right, so let's give this a class of program. Since this is a list, we should have a unique key, and we are having an ID for each of the objects. Okay, so 1 2 3 4, we're having that ID, so we are just going to use that here. Okay, now in here we are going to have a span, and that is going to have our icon. We are going to have an h4, that is going to have the title. We are going to have a small tag, and that's going to have the info. We save, let's come back, and that's what we have. Okay, now as I said, the icon is going to be the same, but you can of course come here and then get some different icons for them. Okay, so we are getting program 1 2 3 4. As you can see from the data, we have program 1, program 2, program 3, and then program 4. All right, perfect. Now let's go back here, and we're actually going to give them a link. Okay, so we are going to have a link here. So let's actually import link from React router DOM. Okay, and we're going to use that down here. So link, be the path. Okay, the path that we are getting here, or we are destructuring there. And let's give this a class name as well, a class name of btn and then sm. Okay, the small class as well. And let's just say learn more. All right, and I'm actually going to bring in an icon as well here. Let me copy this and then bring that here as well. We save, come back, and this I have an error. Correct. Okay, we save and copy this, paste it, come back, and now we have it. Okay, we have our buttons as well, thanks to our general btn classes. Okay, we have the sm as well. Perfect. Okay, so now let me close this card, and now we can proceed to actually style our programs. Okay, our programs section. Now, even before we work here in the home css, let's go back to the index. Okay, let's continue with some general classes or some general styles, and we first have that reusable section head component. Okay, and also we are going to take care of the card components as well, right? So let's have each section. Every section is going to have a margin top of 10 rem. Okay, let's save that, and I'm going to put this on the right. Okay, now I'm going to target the section head. Okay, so we give that a class of section underscore head. Okay, and that is going to have this icon and then the h2. Okay, I don't know if you could remember that. Let me actually show you. So in our component, we have the section head JSX. Okay, and we have an icon and then the title. We're going to display flex. I'm going to align items to the center and then a gap of 1 rem. Okay, so that's what we have. Perfect. Now I'm going to target the span, okay, which has the icon, right? So section head and then the span. Let's give that a background of color gray 500, a pattern of 0.8 rem, border radius of 1 rem, a color of color secondary, and then the font size, let's just increase that to 1.5 rem, and that's what we have. All right, now remember we have a general card as well, which is a reusable component, and we gave that a class of card, right? And let's actually come down here and let's have some styles for that as well. Okay, so the card class, let's give that a background of color gray 500, border of 2 pixels, solid, transparent. Okay, so it's going to be transparent for now. A text align of center. Okay, pattern 3 rem, 2 rem, so 3 for the top and bottom and then 2 for the left and right. Border radius 0 for the top left, 3 rem for the top right, 0 for the bottom right, and then 3 rem for the bottom left. Let's save, and we have something. Okay, but it is not showing well because we don't have, these are stretching full width. Okay, that is why, but we are going to take care of that, okay, in the home page. Right, these are just some general styles that we are giving to our card. Okay, all right, let me actually add a transition to our card. So let's give it that variable, come on, variable transition. Okay, now let's have some hover effect. So card, on hover, I want the background to be transparent, can type, and the border color is going to be color gray 400. Okay, so it's transparent but on hover it's going to be color gray 400. I want the cursor to be I want the cursor to be default. Okay, so even if you are hovering over a text, it doesn't look like we want to select it. All right, now I'm going to get a span. So card and then span. Okay, any card that has a span is going to have a width. The span is going to have a width of 3 rem. Same for the height. Background is going to be the primary background, and let's give it a color of color gray 100. Font size, let's increase that to 1.5 frame. Padding of 0.8 frame. So basically any card that has a span, the span is going to be an icon. Okay, so as you can see here, these icons are being affected, right? So a padding of 0.8 frame. Let's give a display of grid, just so we can place items to the center, and let's give it a margin bottom of 1.5 frame as well, and a margin inline of auto. Okay, I'm going to give it a border radius of 1 rem, and let's give it a transition. Okay, so that we have a cool hover effect. We save, and this is what we have. Okay, now we don't have the hover effect yet, so let's just do that. I'm going to copy this, and on hover of the card, that is when I want to give this span a different style. Okay, so I'm going to change the background to be the yellow color, that is color secondary, and the color itself, the text or the icon, is going to be color gray 500, or let's just do 600. Okay, so on hover over this card, you see we have that. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to target the small, so card, and then the small tag. The margin bottom, sorry, the margin top is going to be 1 rem. Display block, and font weight of 300. All right, that's enough. Okay, so now we can come back to our home.css and work specifically on this programs wrapper. Okay, since we have some of the styles done already, this is going to be very simple. Okay, so I'm actually going to, yeah, let me just keep it like this, and let's select our programs. Okay, so programs, I'm actually going to change the margin top here to be 4 rem. Okay, right, so we have that. Did we give it a class? So yeah, we did. I didn't see the effect kick in. That is why I was just trying to confirm that. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it's actually working. All right, so let me get the programs wrapper. Okay, that has these cards. So I'm going to display grade. The grade templates columns is going to be repeat 4 times 1fr. Okay, so we have that. Did we give it that general container class? Did we do that? Let's see, container. I have this programs wrapper actually outside of the, okay, so I have this container program, yeah, so this should be inside. Okay, the programs wrapper should be inside the container. All right, so now we should have this. Okay, so let's go back to our home CSS and continue. Okay, now I'm going to give a gap of 3 rem between the elements. Okay, so between the cards, and I'm actually going to give it a margin top as well of 4 rem. so that we have some space between that and the header, okay, or the head. All right, so that's good. We can proceed and get this button, okay, this link. Okay, so program, let's get the link or the anchor tag, and let's give that a margin top of 2.5 frame. Okay, that doesn't seem to be working, so let's actually display flex. Okay, we save, and now it works. We are going to align items to the center so that the text aligns with the icon that we have inside, and also I'm going to justify content to the center as well. Now I'm going to give some hover effect on hover of this card. I want to change the color of the button as well. Okay, so on hover, I want to change the button color to a background of color secondary, which is the yellow color, and also the text as well. So the color itself is going to be color gray 600. Perfect. So now we have this, and I think we are done for this section. All right, so let's move on to the next section. We can actually close this up. So the next section is going to be the values. Okay, the values section. All right, so in here I'm going to create nope, in our components. Okay, values, come on, dot gsx rfce. I'm going to remove this react import, and let's make sure we have this in here. Okay, so that is values. All right, so if I come down here, and now we have the values. Okay, so let's work on that section. All right, so right away I'm actually going to import the stuff that I'm going to need. So I'm going to have an image. Okay, so I'm going to import image from let's go into our images folder and get values.jpg. Okay, and I'm going to import some more stuff. I'm going to import section head. So the section head components, that's the reusable components we created. And also I'm going to import some icons. Okay, actually only one icon, so that is gi cat diamond from react icons slash gi. Okay, you can go to the page and then get any icon that you want for this, and we are going to import the values, okay, which is an array that we have here. It's a named export like the other arrays, so we are going to import this as well, which we are using the same icon, okay, that we use for the programs. Okay, if you want, you can change the icons. I don't want to waste time on that. Let's bring that in. Okay, so that is a named export values, right? And I think the last thing is going to be our card. Okay, our card component from UI. All right, so in here there's going to be a section tag. That's what we are going to return, and let's give this a class name of values. Okay, and in here we are going to have the general container class and another values underscore container. We save, and if I type some gibberish here, come in here, this is what we have. Right, we are going to have a div with a class name as values left, and of course we are going to have a right as well. Okay, the left is going to have an image and the right is going to have the cards. Okay, now let's have values image, where is going to have the image. So the source is going to be the image that we imported up top, and let's just say values image for the alt. Okay, now for the right side, let's bring in that. Okay, so we have that section header already, so that is what we are going to use in here. That is the section header component, and that needs an icon, so we are going to use the icon here. Okay, and also we need a title. Okay, and the title is going to be values. Let's just say values, right? And that's it. Okay, so we can actually make this a self-closing tag or a self-closing component. We save, we come back, we have the image, and then we have our title. Perfect. Right now, below this we are going to have a paragraph. Let's just do lorem. Below the paragraph we are going to have a div with a class of values wrapper, and we are going to loop through our values array. Okay, and then show the stuff that we want in a card. Okay, so values dot map, and we can right away destructure the things that we want, since each iteration is going to return or is going to be an object. Okay, so we need the ID, icon, title, and then the description. Okay, so we need the ID, the icon, the title, and then the description. And let's return something. Let's return some JSX. So we are going to return that card. Let's close that, and let's actually give this a class of values value. Okay, and in here we are going to have a span where is going to have the icon, an h4 where is going to have the title, and lastly we are going to have a small tag where is going to have the info or the description. Okay, we save, let's come back, and we have this. Perfect. So most of the work is already done for us. Okay, we just have to display this grid or flex or whatever we want to do, and we will be done with our values section. Okay, so we are done here for the JSX. Let's get back here in the home CSS. I'm going to have a comment here. It's going to be values. I'm going to target the values container class, display its grid. The grid template columns is going to be 38% for the left, 50% for the right, and then let's give it a gap of the remainder of this. Okay, which if you calculate, it will be 12% remaining, right? Perfect. So we save, let's come back, and this is what we have. Okay, so let's take care of this part. Okay, this is almost done. Actually, let's have that hover effect on this image. Okay, so let's target the values image, and let's have a filter saturate of 0.25. okay, so 25% initially, and since we are going to have a hover effect, let's have that transition so that we have a smooth effect in there. So on hover we are going to set this to 100%. Nope, should be this filter. Okay, so this is going to be 1, which is 100%. So now we should have that hover effect here. Perfect. Now let's work on this right side. Values right. Let me select the paragraph. Okay, and I'm going to give it a margin of, let me actually put this side by side so that we see what we're working on. So the margin is going to be 1.5 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 5 rem for the bottom. All right, now I'm going to select the values wrapper, which has the cards, and display that grid, of course, and the grid template columns. I'm going to make that 1FR 1FR. Okay, let's have some space. So a gap of 3.4 rem for the row gap, and then 2.4 rem for the column gap. And this is what we have. All right. Now I'm going to target I want this icon to be right here. Okay, on the top right. So I'm going to target each of the cards. Okay, so let me get the card and value. Okay, this is the card for the card component, and then remember we can add another class. Okay, and we give it that class of values value, right? So here I can give it a padding top of 3. Come on, padding top of 3 rem or 3.5 rem, and I'm going to text align to the left, text align to the left, and position this relative. Okay, since I'm going to position the icon absolute. All right, so let me select the icon, that is the span, and position that absolute. Okay, we save. This is what we have, but I want it to be from the top negative 1.5 rem. Okay, which is half the height, right? Remember we gave all the spans a height of 3 rem, so half the height is this, and we have this, which is cool. And that is all for this values section. Okay, that is all for this values section. Perfect. And this card hover, or this effect that we have, is coming from the index. Remember we have this general card styles. Okay, so we have this hover effects and all that. Okay, we have the styles for the span as well, and as I said, we give that a height and a width of 3 rem and all this. Okay, so most of the work is done. Let's move on to the next section, which is going to be our frequently asked questions section. All right, so in our components folder, I'm going to create frequently asked questions section, JSX RAFCE, of course. Let me remove this. Let's make sure we are bringing that in here. So that is frequently asked, yeah. We save, and we have that imported as well. Okay, so we come down here, we have it. All right, so let's work on this component. You can close the values. All right, so I'm going to bring in the stuff that we are going to need. I'm going to import section head. I'm going to bring in an icon, and I'm going to bring in my frequently asked questions array as well. Okay, which is coming from data.js. Okay, so in here we are exporting our frequently asked questions array. Okay, which I think we have, we have 6. I can remove this. We have 6 objects here. Okay, all right, so let's go back, and lastly we are going to bring in, or we are going to create another component. Is going to be frequently asked question.jsx, so singular. So let's do rfce here as well, and let's bring that in. Okay, so let's bring in our frequently asked question from this JSX file. All right, so here we are going to return a section with a class of FAQs. Okay, let's have our container class and a frequently asked questions container class as well. All right, now we are going to have our section head. self-closing tag. We need an icon, and that is going to be this question icon or the question mark icon. And then the title for this, or we need a title prop as well, which is going to say frequently asked questions. Okay, FAQs. All right, so that's all for the section head. Now I'm going to have a div with a class of frequently asked questions wrapper. Okay, and in here we are going to loop through this array, and for each iteration we are going to return this frequently asked question. Okay, so singular, we're going to return this component. All right, so for now let's have something here. So we are going to return an article tag with a class of frequently asked question. We're going to have a div. Okay, let's just have a div and an h4 which is going to have the question. So let's expect some props. Okay, so we are going to destructure the props. We need a question and then we need an answer, and in here for the h4 we are going to have the question, and of course inside the div we have a question and then the plus button. Okay, so that is going to be inside the button tag, and I'm going to give this an or a class of frequently asked question icon. Okay, I don't think we are even going to use that class, but let's import this icon AI outline plus. Okay, from the React icons AI. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this, and we will have the minus as well. Okay, we are going to use, or we are going to import use state as well, but for now that's enough. All right, so in here let's have the plus for now, self-closing tag. Okay, so I can bring this component in here. I already have it, so let's loop through and then return that component. Okay, so we are bringing in the array, that is the frequently asked questions array that we are getting from the data, and we are going to map through that. Okay, so frequently asked questions dot map. Right away I'm going to destructure the stuff that we are going to need. We will need the ID, the question, and then the answer. Okay, each object in the array has the ID, the question, and then the answer, as you can see here. Right, so that's what we are getting, and we are going to return some GSX. Okay, and in this case that is going to be the frequently asked question. Okay, this component, that's what we are going to return here. And as you can see here, we need the question and then the answer as well. Okay, but since there's a list, we should have a key, a unique key, so we are going to use the ID for that. We need a question prop, and that is going to be the question that we are destructuring, and we need an answer prop as well. Okay, that's going to be the answer that we are destructuring. Yeah, so we save, come back here, and we have it. Okay, so we have all the questions that is in the array here. Okay, I think we forgot about the answer. Okay, so in here I'm going to have a paragraph, and that is going to have the answer. So we save, and we're getting the question for each iteration and then the answer as well. Okay, perfect. All right, now let me actually just see, and we and we have a bunch of errors. Okay, RAM is not defined, and I should be checking this very often so that we don't end up with. Okay, so let me correct this first. We need a unique key somewhere in the values. Of course, I forgot. Maybe you call me there, but in here we are returning a list, so we need a unique key. Okay, so that is why I destructured this ID. All right, so let's bring that in here. We save, come here and then refresh. Hopefully that's the only error that, okay, we have some other error as well. Okay, so it seems we are returning a function instead of a component, right? So okay, so here it should be a component. Okay, self-closing component, the icon, and we have no more errors. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and then style this. Okay, let's style our frequently asked question section. Okay, and after that we'll come back to the frequently asked question, that's the singular, and actually add the functionality. Okay, let me close these values and the section head as well. So let's go home. I'm going to copy this comment, paste it down here. That's going to be for the frequently asked questions section. Let me put this side by side so that we see what's happening. I'm right away going to get the frequently asked questions container. I'm going to display that. You know what? Let me give it a margin top of 4 Okay. No, let me get the wrapper instead. Okay. Yeah. Give it a margin top. And I'm going to display grid. And the grid template columns is going to be 1FR, 1FR element. So a gap of 1.5 frame for the row gap and then 5 for the column gap. Okay, so we have that. I'm going to align items to flex that. All right, so let me get a frequently asked question, which is the article with that class. I'm going to give that a background of gray 500, color gray 500. The pattern is going to be 2 rem, border radius 1 rem, cursor is going to be pointer. Okay, so that it looks clickable. All right, so let's get the div. Remember, let me actually make reference so that you see what exactly. Okay, so there's the frequently asked question class, and we have a div inside of it. Okay, which has the question and then the icon. Okay, let me actually put this on one line so that you see it well. So we have this, and then we have the paragraph under it. Okay, so let's style that. So frequently asked question and the div inside of it. Let's display that flex, justify content to be space between, and also align items to the center. I'm going to get the icon. We give that a class of frequently asked question icon. The background is going to be transparent. I'm going to change the color to be color gray 100, and the font size is going to be 1.5 rem. We save, and that's what we have. Not too bad, I guess. Let's get the paragraph and push it down a little bit. So frequently asked question, and then the paragraph margin top is going to be, come on, margin top 1.5 rem. Yeah, I think that's all right. That's good. Right. So now we can proceed or go back to the frequently asked question, that is singular, and add the functionality to show or hide this. Okay, that's the question. Sorry, that's the answer. Okay, the questions are going to be showing, but for the answer we need to toggle that. Okay, so I'm going to bring in the use state hook. So I'm going to import, oh my god, use state from React, and directly in our component I'm going to have a state. So I can right away destructure this. The use state hook returns an array with exactly 2 elements, right? The first one being the state value, and I'm going to call this is answer showing, and then the state update function. Okay, I'm going to call this set is answer showing. Okay, let's set that to be equal to the use state, and initially is going to be false, so the answer is not going to be showing. Okay, so here we can check if the answer is showing. Okay, so if this is true, okay, if this state is true, then we want to show the answer. Okay, if it is true, then we should show the answer. So we come here, it's not true, that is why all the answers are not showing. If I should change this to true, then they should be showing. So initially it's going to be false. All right, now we are going to toggle this. Okay, I'm going to add an event listener on this, but for now let's actually work on this icon. Okay, so if it is true, we should have the minus icon. If it is false, then we should have the plus icon instead. Okay, so it's answer showing. If that is true, then we should have the minus. Okay, else we should have the plus. So I'm going to paste that here as well and change this to minus. Let's save, come back, everything is working. If I change this to true, come back here, we have the minus. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to add a click event to the article tag. Let's use the state updating function that is set is answer showing. Okay, let's use that to toggle this. Okay, this event, let's use that to toggle the state. Okay, so let's get the previous state and then return the opposite of the previous state. Okay, we are going to return a new state which is the opposite of the previous state. All right, so now when we come back here, of course this should be false by default. I don't know why I changed that. We come back here and then we click, we can now toggle it. Okay, and this aligned well because I set the align items to flex start. When we come to the home right here, I set it to flex start. If I should comment that out, you can see that it's going to stretch as well, which we don't want, right? So remember to set that to flex start if you're having any issues there. All right, so now we can toggle our answers. Okay, everything is working exactly as we expect. All right, so that's all for this frequently asked questions section. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, which is going to be the testimonials section. All right, so let me close the frequently asked questions and let's create a new component, testimonials .jsx. Okay, RFCE of course, and let's make sure we are bringing this in the home. Come on, I close that. Okay, so testimonials, and we have our testimonial section. All right, so let's work on that. In here, I'm just going to bring in the stuff that we are going to need. Okay, let me bring in those stuff first. I'm going to import the section head. I'm going to bring in an icon from the React icons library. I'm going to bring in the card, two more icons. Okay, so I'm going to import, and lastly we are going to bring in our testimonials array. Okay, that's coming from this, okay, this file that we have here. Okay, so we have about 5 testimonials here. We have name, quotes, job, and then avatar. Okay, all right, so let's come back in here and we are going to have, or we are going to return a section with the class of testimonials. Okay, I'm going to have my general container class and the testimonials container class as well. And let's first have our section head, and we need the icon. Okay, if it's going to be a component, so we need that quote. Let's close that self-closing component, and we need a title as well. Okay, we need to pass in a title prop as well, and let's just going to say testimonials. All right, let me actually make this a self-closing component. All right, below this we are going to have a card. Let me actually give this the class name of testimonials. In here we are going to have a div with a class of testimonial avatar. Okay, so that's going to have the avatar, and there's going to be an image, so we can right away get the avatar. Let me just say for the alt, I'm going to say, or should I have the name here? Okay, I'm going to destructure this right here, so const yeah, I'm going to destructure this. I'm actually going to import the useState hook. So import useState from React, and let me first have a state here, okay, called index, and set index for the state updating function. So there's going to be 0 initially, okay, and let's get the first object in our testimonials array. Okay, so we're going to get the first object, so let's just use the index. Okay, and since there's an object, we can right away destructure it. Okay, so const, and we're going to destructure. Let's get the from the array, what do we have? We have the ID, name, code, job, and all that. Okay, so I don't think we even need the ID. Okay, so let's get the name, the code, the job, avatar. Okay, so we are getting that, and in here we should be getting the avatar. So now we should have an image in here, as you can see. So let's proceed in here, right? We should be getting the code itself. So I'm going to actually give this a class name of testimonial code. Okay, JavaScript mode here. I'm going to use the template literal. Okay, so I'm going to have 2 quotes around it and our quote that we destructured, right? So I save that. We should have our quote, and also what do we need? We need an h5, and that is going to have the name of the person. And lastly, we need a small tag for the job. Okay, so a small, I'm actually going to give this a class name of testimonial title. Okay, and we are destructuring the job, so we can bring that in here as well. We save, and that's what we have. Okay, so we have the image, the quote, and all that. Perfect. Now if I should change this to if I should change the state to, let's say, 1, we should be getting the second object from the array. Okay, we should be getting the second object since we are passing in the index state. So if I save it and come here, we have the second object, right? If I should make this 2, I'm going to get the third. Okay, so this is how we are going to show the different testimonials that we have. Okay, now before we proceed to actually styling this, we will first style this and then come back to add the functionality, right? But before that, I'm going to have 2 buttons. Okay, so outside of the card, I'm going to have a div with a class of testimonials btn container, and we are going to have a button with a class of testimonials btn, and they should have, this first one is going to be the left, and let's duplicate this, and we will have the right as well. So we save, and we should have those icons down here, as you can see. Perfect. So now let's proceed to the CSS, style this, and then we'll go back and then add the functionality to show the different testimonials. Okay, so this is going to be the testimonials. Save. All right, let me get the testimonials section. Testimonials. I'm going to give that a width of 50 rem, and the margin inline is going to be auto, of course, to put it right in the middle. Perfect. Let me get the testimonials head. Did I give it that class? I don't think so. Let's see. Yeah, so let me give this a class of class name testimonials head. Okay, let's save that. Come back to the CSS, and in here I'm going to justify content to be center. Okay, so we have this head in the center. Now let me get the card, which has another class of testimonial singular. Okay, we are going to position that relative text align. Since we gave our general card class a text align of center, we are changing it to the left here. Margin top to 5 rem, so that they push it down. Okay, now I'm going to target the avatar. Okay, so that has the image avatar. Let's give it a width 4 rem. Same for the height. I'm going to give it a border radius 1.5 rem. Overflow be hidden. Position absolute is going to be -2 rem from the top. From the left, I'm going to calculate 50% minus half the width. Okay, so -2 rem in this case. We save. That is what we have. Now I'm going to give it a box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 1.5 for the y-axis. That's 1.5 rem, 2 rem for the blur, and an RGBA of 0.4 for the alpha. We save and we have this. All right, we are going to have some hover effects, so I'm going to add that transition on hover of the testimonial. I want to get the testimonial avatar, and the border radius is going to be 50%. Then the border color is going to be color gray 400. We save and let's hover, and we have this border color gray. What is wrong here? Border radius, border color. Why is it not working? I don't see the border color here. Did I not give it a border? All right, so I should give it a border here, right? I'm going to give it a border of 2 pixels solid. This should be transparent for now. Transparent. Come on, yeah. Okay, so it's going to be transparent, but on hover you're going to have it. Okay, perfect. All right, now let's have some more styles. I'm going to target the title. That's the small tag here. I'm going to target the paragraph, the quote itself as well. So let me target the quote first. That's the paragraph. I'm going to change the font style to be italic and give it a margin of 1 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 2 rem for the bottom. And do we have a problem? Testimonial quote. This should be working. Did I not give it that class? Come on. Okay, so we save, come back, and we have it, right? Now I'm going to get the card small testimonial title. Okay, I'm going to get this small tag, that is the job. I'm going to get that. The margin top is going to be 0.3 rem. Okay, I made it 1 rem, but I'm changing it back to 0.3 rem. All right, now I'm going to get the buttons. Okay, the container first. That is the buttons container. Remember we wrapped them inside a div with a class of testimonials btn container, right? Let's give that a width of fit content, a margin of 2.5 rem, auto 0, display of flex, justify content center, line items center, and a gap of 1 rem. Let's save. And testimonials btn, I think I made a typo there as well. Oh god, help us. I can't type today. All right, so we have this. Okay, now let's target the buttons inside of it. So we give them a class of testimonial. Yeah, I think it was testimonials btn. Let's give them a background of transparent, a cursor of pointer. Okay, now I'm going to get the svg, that's the icon itself, and the fill is going to be the color primary, font size 0.8 rem. Let's make the width 3 rem and the height 3 rem as well. Okay, perfect. So we are done with the styling for now. Okay, now let's come back to the testimonial components, and then let's actually be able to click this and then change the testimonial. All right, so I'm going to add an on click event here, and on click of this button we should have a function to show the previous testimonial. Okay, the previous testimonial. So I'm going to call a function, or I'm going to reference this function, which is previous or pre-testimonial handler. Okay, and we're going to have this function here. It's going to be an arrow function, and also for this button as well, that's the second button, we're going to reference a function, and this is going to be next testimonial handler. Okay, and this is also going to be an arrow function. So let me just duplicate this and change this to be next. So let's work on the next testimonial. Okay, so I just want to change the index. Okay, since that is what we are putting in here. Okay, let's actually make this 0. Initially it's going to be 0, and on click of the button I want to change the index. I want to just increase it. Okay, so I'm going to use the set index, and let's get the previous state and return the previous state plus 1. Okay, so if I come back to the browser, if I click, notice we are showing the next testimonial. Okay, now if I continue, this is going to eventually crash, and that is because eventually we are not going to have, or we are going to have an index that doesn't exist in this array. Okay, so to prevent that, if we get an index that is more than the length of the array minus 1, then we are going to come back to 0. Okay, or come back to fetch the first testimonial. All right, so I'm going to check if the index is greater or equal to the testimonial dot length minus 1. Okay, so we are getting the length of the testimonial array. This should be greater than or equal to. If that is the case, then I want to set the index to be 0. Okay, so the state is going to be 0. So now if I should come back here, if I should continue, I come back to the first one. Okay, I come back to the first one. Now we should be able to also show the previous testimonial, right? So here -1. Okay, so we come back here, we can increase, and then we can also show the previous ones. Okay, now if I continue, eventually we are going to go negative, and that is going to cause a bug. So here also we are going to check if the index is less than 0. Okay, if it is less than 0, then we want to show the last object or the last testimonial in the array. Okay, so here the testimonial dot length or the testimonials array dot length, okay, -1, which is which is going to give us the last object or the last testimonial in the array. This should be less than or equal to. And now we can show the previous and then the next testimonials. All right, perfect. So that is all for our testimonial section. Okay, now let's move on to the next section, which is going to be the footer section. So in the components, I'm going to create footer.jsx and rafce. Let's remove this React imports. Let's make sure we are bringing in this in the home page as well. All right, so footer. Okay, let's save, and we have our footer here. Okay, so let's work on that. Now in here, I'm going to import the stuff that we are going to need, and I'm going to need the link. I'm going to need a logo, or the logo that we use for the nav, right? We are going to need that same logo here. All right, I'm going to bring in some icons as well. So we're going to have this in the footer tag. It's an HTML5 semantic tag. Let's have our container and footer container class. Okay, now in here we are going to have an article tag, and we are going to have our link, okay, which is going to be the logo, right? So let's have we have the link, and this is going to go to, of course, we should have our image. Let me actually give this a class name of logo. I'm going to have a paragraph. This is going to say, let's just do dorm 20. Okay, just some dummy text, and I'm going to have my social media handles. Okay, so footer socials, and we are going to have our links. Let's going to go to LinkedIn, so https linkedin.com and slash your handle, right? But I'm going to just leave it now. I'm going to set the target to underscore blank, so that this opens in a new tab. And in React, we should set a rel of no referrer and no opener. Okay, and in here we are going to have our LinkedIn icon. Let's bring that in as a component. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this 3 more times, and this one is going to be for Facebook, so Twitter, and we have Instagram, right? So Instagram.com. Now we are going to have some more articles, so our article, and in here we are going to have some permalinks. Okay, so let's put permalinks, or let's just give it a heading of permalinks, and we are going to have our link. This is going to take us to about. So let's just have this say about. I'm going to duplicate this a few times, and then contact. Okay, for now I'm just going to duplicate this twice, or 2 more times. And lastly, I'm going to have my copyrights. Okay, so outside the container, I'm going to have a div with a class of footer copyright. Okay, I'm going to have a small tag in here, 2022 Gator. If you get a source code, you can actually change this. Okay, you can remove it if you want. All right, so let's save and let's style this. Okay, I'm going to come back and then actually, you know what, let me replace this right here. Okay, these two article tags. Okay, all right, so now let's go on and then style this. Okay, so that should be home .css. I'm going to copy this comments, come down here, have some space and then paste it. So that's inside the footer tag. Let's give that a background or the primary background. The margin top, I'm going to give it a margin top of 7 rem, padding top as well of 7 rem. That's what we have. The font size for this, I'm going to make that 0.9 just to decrease it a little bit, and the font color is going to be color gray 100. Okay, all right, now let's target the container. So footer container, and I'm going to display grade. Okay, the grade template columns is going to be 26 rem for the first one and 1 rem for the rest. Perfect. Now I don't know why this is not working. Okay, this should be working since we gave it that class name of logo. So let's come here and let me go back to my nav css. Okay, I think it's because I didn't display it, or I didn't give it a display. Okay, so here I'm going to give it a display of block. Let's save. Yeah, so it should be affected here as well. Okay, perfect. So I can close this up. Let's go back to our home css and let's proceed with the styling. All right, so let me actually give a gap of 6 from here as well. Now I'm going to get the articles. Okay, each of the articles, so footer container. I'm going to get the articles and then display them flex. The flex direction is going to be column, and I'm going to align items to be flex start and also give them a gap of 0.7 rem. Now I'm going to get the paragraph, so footer container, and then the paragraph, which is this. Okay, this right here. I'm going to get that, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 0.5 rem. I'm going to get the titles, okay, or the headings, that's the h4s. So footer container, article h4. I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 0.6 rem, a font size of 1 rem. Now I'm going to get the socials, which is right here. So let me put this on this side. So footer socials, I'm going to give it a margin top of 1.5 rem, display of flex, gap of 1 rem, and I'm going to align items to the center. Perfect. Now I'm going to get the anchor tags, okay, which has the icons. So the anchor tags, I'm going to give them a background of the color gray 100. I'm going to give them a padding of 0.7 rem, border of 1 pixel solid, transparent, border radius of 0.6 rem, and a transition of the variable transition. We save, and that's what we have. Now let me actually, okay, so let me grab the svg, okay, which are the icons. svg, I'm going to give them the background color, which is color gray 600. All right, now I'm going to have some hover effects for the anchor tags. So on hover, the border color is going to change and the background is going to be transparent. Nice. So now we have this. I think I should choose a different icon for the Facebook, and I'm going to use this instead. Okay, I'm going to use that for the Facebook. Paste, save, come back here, and that's what we have. I prefer this. Okay, now let's target the copyright. Okay, that's the last one that we have. So we gave that a class of footer copyright. I'm going to give that a color gray 100, and I'm going to text align to the center, padding of 1.5 frame for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Border top of 2 pixels, solid color primary variant, and the margin top of 5 frame. We save, and we have this. Perfect. All right, so we are basically done with our whole home page. Okay, with everything on our home page, and I think we can proceed to make this home page and everything on it responsive. All right, on tablets and then on mobile phones. Okay, now even before we start working on our home page, I'm going to go back into our general CSS. Okay, so our index.css, I'm going to have some general styles for our media queries. Okay, that's for tablets and then mobile phones, even before we work specifically on the home. Right, so down here I'm going to have a comment, media queries, medium devices or medium screens. Okay, we're going to have one for small screens as well. All right, so at media screen and max width 1024 pixels, that's for tablets. Just so we see what's happening, I'm going to set the body, or I'm going to give the body a background of red. Okay, just so we see the breakpoints. All right, so if I shrink this down, eventually we hit that breakpoint, as you can see here. All right, so this and below we want to have these styles. Okay, so I'm going to bring this on the left side. Let me actually make this even smaller. All right, we don't need this red, so I'm just going to remove it. Okay, so the general styles we are going to have here, let's change the width of the container on medium devices. Okay, this is actually going to apply for the small devices or the small screens as well. So let's target the container, and we are going to give it a width of width MD. Okay, so container width MD, that's the width we are going to give it. So now notice we have some changes. Okay, let's target the H1. Okay, so, come on, what is happening here? Okay, so outside this, let me actually make this bigger. Let's target the H1. Let's give them a font size of 1 or 2 rem. Tablets, okay, the H2s are going to have a font size of 1.6 rem. All right, and that is all for this media query. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, come down here, and then paste this for the small screens. Okay, this is going to be 600 pixels and below, and this is going to say small screens. All right, I'm just going to change the font size for the H1. and I'm going to change the line height as well to be 1.3 rem. Sorry, 1.3 pixels. We can just do 1.3. All right, so that's it. Okay, that's it for this media queries. We're actually going to come back to this. That's when we are working on the other pages. Okay, we will be coming back to this file, but for now I think we can. Okay, let's actually leave it open. Okay, so let's go back into, let me actually copy this. Let's go back into our home and let's start working on the home media queries. Okay, all right, so I'm right away going to target, let me leave a comment here. This is going to be for the main header section, these styles. Let's right away target the main header, and I'm going to give it a height of fit content, or you can do auto if you want. A padding of 12 rem for the top and bottom, and a 0 for the left and right. And I think that's enough. Let's target the main header container as well, and I'm going to remove the gap. Okay, so the gap is going to be 0. All right, so we have this. Now I'm going to target the main header circle and reduce that. So main header circle, I'm going to give it a width of 16 rem, same for the height, of course. Let's save, and this is what we have. Okay, not too bad, I guess. Let's actually see, let's not indicate that. We can ignore this for now. All right, I want to see how this is actually going to look on a real tablet. Okay, so let's keep working on this. Okay, I'm going to copy this comment. We are basically done with the main header. Okay, so let's work on the programs. Okay, let's work on this section right here. All right, so I'm going to right away target the programs wrapper. Okay, I'm just going to change the grade template columns. I'm going to make that 1FR 1FR. Yeah, so that's what we have. We can ignore the overflow for now. Okay, we have some overflow, but for now we can ignore that. All right, so that's actually all for the programs. Let's move on to the values section. For this section, I'm going to target the, let's scroll and then see. In here, I'm going to target the values container and give it a grade template columns of 1FR. Okay, let me actually scroll down so that we see the cars as well. Justify content to the center, and the gap is going to be 4 rem. Now let me get the values wrapper. The gap here, I'm going to make that 4 rem for the row gap and then 3 rem for the column gap. Perfect. Now I'm going to remove this image. Okay, if you want you can keep it, but I don't think I need it here, so I'm going to remove the values image. Let's display that now. Okay, all right, so I'm going to copy this comment, and then let's move on to the next section, where is going to be this frequently asked questions section. Okay, so I'm going to grab my frequently asked questions. I'm going to grab the wrapper, the grade template columns for this. I'm going to make that 1FR. I think this looks good. Okay, so we can proceed to the next section. Let me copy this comment, paste it down here. So here I'm going to get the testimonials. Okay, the section we give that a class of testimonials. I'm going to change the width, okay, to, let's do 75%. Okay, so we have that, and that's perfect, right? That looks perfect. So let's leave it like that. That's enough. And finally, let's move on to the footer. Okay, so let me change this comment. Let me grab the footer container, and the grade templates columns here is going to be 1FR 1FR. Okay, now the gap is going to be 4 rem. We save, and the footer was causing this whole overflow. Okay, but since we've taken care of that, you can see everything is in view now. So we are basically done with the media queries for tablet devices. Okay, so let's move on to the next media queries. That's for phones. Media query, which is going to be for phones. So I'm just going to copy that, change this to 600 pixels and below. And let me actually have a mobile render in view. Okay, so let's use pixel 5 here. Let's grab the main header. I'm not going to be using comments a lot here. Actually, you know what, let me just use it. Okay, so main header, let's give that a margin top. I'm going to remove the margin top actually. 0 for the left and right, and then 0 for the bottom. Okay, I'm going to give it a height of 100 viewport height. Here I'm going to remove the image and then the circle background as well. Okay, so let's target the header image and the main header circle. Okay, let's display those none. All right, now let's target the container, so the header container, and change the grid template columns. Okay, so main header container, let's change the grid template columns to be 1FR. All right, so let's move on to the next section. All right, so here I'm right away going to, let's see, programs wrapper, change the grid template columns to 1FR. The gap, I'm going to reduce that to 2 rem, and let's actually reduce this margin top. Okay, so margin top of 3 rem should be good. Yeah, and this card is too big. Okay, I want it to be a little smaller. Okay, so let's target the programs program, and I'm going to give it a width of 84%. Let's save, and that's what we have. Let's actually give it a margin inline. Okay, you can actually do margin 0 or 2. Okay, and it's going to put it right in the middle. Perfect. And we can move on to the next section. This looks pretty good. Let's move on to the next section. That's the values, and we are going to do similar thing here. Okay, so let's get the values wrapper, and the grid template columns is going to be 1FR. I'm going to reduce the gap to 3 rem. I'm actually going to get the values value. I'm going to give it a width of 84% as well, and margin inline of auto. Perfect. So you can do margin inline auto or margin 0 auto, basically the same. Right, if that's if the top and bottom is going to be 0. Okay, if you don't need any extra margin for the top and bottom, that's why you can use this. But if you want only the left and right to be auto, then that's the perfect thing to use. All right, now let's move on to the next section, and that's going to be frequently asked questions section. In here, let me just grab the frequently asked questions wrapper, and I'm going to reduce the gap to 1 rem. Okay, and maybe the margin top as well. Margin top, let me make that 3 rem. Okay, let me copy the comments, paste it down here. All right, so let me right away get the testimonial, or let me grab the testimonials instead. That's all we have to do here. I'm going to move on to the next section, and that's going to be the footer. All right, here let me grab the footer tag itself, and the margin top this time is going to be 7 rem. I'm going to grab the, let me scroll down, the footer container grid template columns here is going to be 1FR. I'm going to reduce the gap to 3 rem as well, And let me grab the articles. Okay, so footer container and then the article tags. I'm going to align items to the center. We save, and we're going to have our elements in the center here. Now let's target this paragraph. It's being stubborn, so let's target that. And then the p tag, right? Let's text align that to the center. So we save, and we have this. All right, so we are done with our home page. Okay, our media queries is working and everything is working as expected. Beautiful. Now let's move on to the other pages. Okay, so we have about, gallery, plans, trainers, and then contact. Now most of the styles are done already. That's the general styles. So these 5 remaining pages or components shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so I'm just going to close these two, and we are going to take them in alphabetical order. Okay, so inside our pages we are going to take care of the about page or the about component. Now I have the finished project opened in a new tab, okay, in an incognito window, and I'm going to make reference to some things here. Okay, let's take an assembly to load. All right, now this header, okay, this header that we have here is going to repeat for most of the pages. Okay, my internet is terrible, so that is why this is delaying to load. Okay, so basically you get the idea. This header section is going to repeat for all the pages, right? So we are going to create a reusable component for that. Okay, so we'll pass in the props, which is going to have the title and then the paragraph. Okay, and also the image. Okay, notice the images are different for all the pages, right? So let's work on that. Okay, so before we work on the about, let's create a component in the components folder, a header component, header.jsx, and rfce. I'm going to remove this import. Now in here I'm going to expect some props. Okay, so I will need the title, the image, that's the background image, and then the children. Okay, the children prop. I'm going to return a header, which is an HTML5 semantic tag. You know that already. I'm going to give this a class name of header. Okay, we're not going to be expecting any other class name, so we can just leave it like that. And in here we are going to have our header container. Okay, and then with the class of header container, and we are going to have a header container bg, okay, for background, which is basically going to have the image. Okay, so the image is going to be the prop that we will pass in, and for the alt we can just say header background image. Okay, now next to this div is going to be a div with a class of header content. Okay, and that is going to have an h2 for the title. Okay, and a paragraph. Okay, a p tag, where is going to have the children. Okay, the children that will be passing in to this component, right? So we can come back and then actually import that component, that the header component we just created. So let's import header from our components folder, right? And we can right away use it right here. Okay, so we're actually going to wrap everything inside a React fragment, and we are going to have our header. We are going to be expecting some props, a title prop. So this is going to say about us. Sorry, this should be a string about us. We are going to be expecting an image prop as well. So let's actually import an image. So let's import, I'm just going to call this header image from, let's go into our images. So let's go up one more time into our images and then get header, we save, come back, let's go to the about, and we have this. Okay, we have our title as well. Now we need the children prop. Okay, we need to pass something in between the opening and then the closing tag, and that's going to be the children prop that we are destructuring and passing inside this paragraph tag. Okay, so let's just do lorem, I don't know, 20, or we can just copy from the finished project. Okay, I want it to look exactly like we have in the finished project. Okay, so let's save, come back, and we have it. Okay, we have it here. All right, so even before we have more things or more elements on the about JSX, let's go back into our index CSS. Okay, let's have the general style for our header components. All right, so before our media queries for the medium devices, we're going to have some styles for our header. Okay, all right, so header, let's get the margin top, let's give it a 5 rem, height of 20 rem, come on, 20, overflow heading, border button of 2 pixels solid, and let's get the color gray 400. All right, so we have this, beautiful. Let me actually shrink this so that we see what's happening. I'm going to get the header container. Okay, header container. Come on, we are not writing SAS here. Okay, I'm going to get the header container and give it a width of 100% of its parent width, a height of 100% as well. I'm going to position it relative, position relative, and also let me display grid. Okay, just so I can place items to the center. I'm going to give it a background of black. Okay, you can use any background you want, but I think black is going to work pretty well. Let's grab the header content bg. Okay, or header container bg, that's the class we gave it. We're going to position that absolute, so that's going to place it exactly in the middle, since we displayed grid and then place items to the center, right? So let's position this absolute and give it a width of 100%. Now we are going to grab the image inside of this and give it an opacity of 0.5 mg. Yeah, so we have this. Now you can see this actually on top of the content. Okay, so as you can see, I can't even select the text. Okay, so we can just select the header content, that's what the text is in, and then we can give it a position of relative, and that should be on top now. Perfect. All right, now let me actually do some more things with it. I'm going to give it a width of 44%. I'm going to give it a margin 0 auto, text align to the center, color is going to be the color gray 100, and I think that's enough. Okay, so we have this. I'm going to grab the paragraph, that's h2, the paragraph. Okay, and I'm going to change the paragraph of that instead, so we can actually use RGBA 255 255 255 and then 0.75. Okay, white with some, let me actually make it 0.7. Yeah, that's all right, and that's it. Okay, so let's actually have the styles for its responsiveness. Okay, For medium screens, I'm just going to get the header content, and I'm going to give it a width of 76%. And on small devices, I'm going to grab the header and give it a height of fit content. Let me actually grab this section as well, okay, here, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 7 rem on mobile phones, okay. And also I'm going to grab the header content and give it a weight of the container width MD. I'm going to give it a padding of 3 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. I'm going to get the paragraph, okay, the header content paragraph, and then the font size is going to be 0.85 on mobile devices. All right, so that's general styles for our header, okay, our header component. So now we can get back to our about and proceed. And you know what, in our routing, okay, we're going to need the footer, okay, the footer component. We're going to need that on all the pages as well, okay. So outside the routes, I'm going to have our footer component, okay. So on every page we should now have our footer, as you can see here. I'm going to have that on every page. Beautiful. All right, so let's keep working on our about. Let's go back, and outside this I'm going to have a section with a class of about story. Inside it, I'm going to have our general container class and another class of about story container, okay. I'm going to have a David class of about section image, and inside I'm going to have my image, okay. I'm going to have an image. So let's import that, okay. We are going to import, I'm going to call this story image, and that's going to come from, let's go into our images. All right, so the source, let's bring in that story image. I'm just going to say story, or our story image. All right, so outside of this image div, I'm going to have another div with a class of about section content, okay. And that is going to have, first we are going to have an h1. That's just going to say our story, and we are going to have some paragraphs, okay. The first one is going to have this text right here, so I'm just going to copy that. And we are not going to be creating any reusable components apart from this head, okay, for this about page. Okay, I'm going to copy this as well and have another paragraph tag, paste that in, and lastly this, okay, copy, paste. Let's save and see what we have in our project. So we have our image, and then we have the 3 paragraphs, okay. Perfect. Now we are going to have this similar section where it's going to be for our vision, okay. So I'm going to copy that. Okay, so I'm just going to change some things around, right? So this is going to say our vision, come on. Okay, now I'm actually going to get the text that we have here. So we're going to have 2 paragraphs for that. Okay, I'm going to remove the last one. So this second one is going to, is it the same thing? Yeah, we can just leave it, okay. So let's have a different image for this vision section. Let's call that vision image, and we are just going to grab the about to.jpg. We save that and come back to our projects, and we have that as well. So these are 2 different images. Okay, now lastly we are going to have our mission section as well. So we can just you know what, this vision section, the content is going to come before the image. Okay, so I'm going to cut this, and that's the reason why I didn't make this reusable. Okay, I didn't make this a reusable component, because styling it and then putting the image on the right or the left is going to cause a problem, right? Or it's going to be complicated. It's actually possible, but I didn't want to complicate things. I'm going to copy the story section and then use it for the mission. Okay, the mission section. So I'm going to, so about section, yeah. So this is going to be mission image. That's what we are going to import, and this is going to say our mission. Okay, so yeah, the paragraphs, 3 paragraphs is okay. Let's import that. So mission image from, and this is going to be the about 3. Okay, here's another image. So let's save that and then come back here, and we have this. Okay, perfect. All right, so that's all. Let's go ahead and install this page. Okay, this about page. Okay, so let's go into our about CSS. We already linked that, as you can see here. So let's go into, okay, close the home and close the um, index as well. I'm going to close the header as well. So I only need the about CSS. Okay, I'm going to come on about. I only need the about CSS. I'm going to have, now notice some or all the 3 sections have some common classes. Okay, so they all have the about section image, and they all have the about section content. Okay, so you can see that repeats here as well and here as well. Okay, so these 3 classes that we give them, let's have those styles first. So about section image. Okay, let's give that a border radius of 50% to make it a perfect circle. Overflow of heading. Transform, I'm going to use the skew. Okay, and we are going to transform this 15 degrees. We save and let's see. So you see we have a skew for all the images. Okay, now let's actually have a transition on this, since we are going to have a hover effect. So we are going to use that variable transition. Okay, so on hover of any of the images, so on hover we want to transform, and we are going to change the skew back to 0. Okay, 0 degrees. So on hover we have it going to be applied for all the images with that class. All right, now the vision image. Okay, the vision image, I want it to look this way. Okay, the skew is going to be a negative 15 degrees. Okay, so I'm going to get the I'm going to get the nth child. That's going to be the second element. That's transform skew. That's going to be negative. Sorry, negative. We save, and now it's looking the other direction. All right, so I'm going to get the about section content. Let me right away get the h1. Okay, I'm going to give that a margin bottom of 2 rem. That's all. I'm going to get the paragraph as well. Okay, so let's have some spaces between the paragraphs. So let's get the paragraph tag and then give it a margin bottom of 1 rem as well. All right, perfect. Now we can target the individual sections. Okay, so let's target first, that's the story section. So about story, and right away I'm going to target the container class. Okay, so I'm going to display that grid. The grid template columns is going to be one. Let's actually do 40% for the image side and then 50% for the content side. Okay, and the rest is going to be for the gap, which is 10%. We save and we have this. Okay, for the our story section. Now this is going to be the same for the about mission container. Okay, so the mission section is going to have the same style. So we have it. Okay, now I'm going to get the second one, which is the vision. Okay, the vision section. So about vision, I'm going to get the container directly. The grid template columns here is going to be 50% and 40. Okay, and the gap is going to be 10. Let's say we first have to display flex, of course. Great, sorry. And now we have this. Okay, so I think that is all for yeah, that's all right for large screens. Okay, so let's have the media queries for this as well. I'm just going to make this smaller. Okay, I'm going to get the about section image and give it a width of 60% on tablets. Okay, I'm going to get the, let me close this. I'm going to get the about section content. I'm going to grab the H1 inside of it, and then the margin bottom is going to be 1.2 rem. All right, now let's grab the about all the sections. Okay, all the section containers. So about story container, the about vision container, and then the about mission container. Okay, and let's change the grid template columns to 1FR, and the gap is going to be 3 rem. So now we have this. Okay, now I want this vision image to come first, okay, before the content. That's on tablets and then on mobile phones. All right, so I'm going to target the about vision and the about section image inside of it. Okay, and I'm going to change the grid row to be 1. So we save, and that comes before the content. All right, so that's all for our media queries for tablets. I'm going to copy this. Come on, man. I'm going to copy this and use that for our small screens. It's going to be 600 pixels and below. Let me close this curly brackets. Okay, so let me actually shrink this a little bit more. Now here I'm going to get the about section image, and the width here is going to be 80%, and the margin inline is going to be auto. Okay, and I'm going to grab everything as I did here. That's the containers, and I'm only going to reduce the gap to 2 rem, and now we have this. Okay, all right, so let's actually see how they will look on actual mobile phones. And we have this, which doesn't look we have a problem with the text. Let's see. I think that should be from, that problem should be in here. This should be rems. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. So now everything is looking amazing. All right, that's on mobile phones. On tablets, this is how it's going to look. Perfect. So now let's move on to the next page. I'm going to close this about, and let's head into the about the contacts. Let's head into the contacts, and I'm right away going to import all the stuff that we are going to need. Okay, so we are going to need our header. We need a header image, so that is going to come from, and we are going to need 3 icons. Okay, so first we are going to have our header. Okay, our header components, and of course we need those props. So the title is going to say, we are going to have the image as well, so image, and that is going to be the header image. And let's have something in between the tags. Okay, that is going to be the children prop. Okay, so I'm going to, let's go to the that's context, right? And I'm going to copy this text, come back and then paste it. The subject of the header is going to be a section with a class of contact. We're going to have a container and then contact container class. Let's have a div with a class of contact wrapper. Okay, that's where we are going to have our links. Okay, first one is going to mail to, and our email. Okay, so here you're going to have your email right here. Okay, and we are going to have that mail icon, okay, as a component here. I'm going to actually give this a target of underscore blank so that it opens in a new tab. And for React, we have to add, all right, I'm going to duplicate this twice, and this second one is going to be for Messenger, so Facebook Messenger. When we log into your Facebook and you go to your profile, you're going to have the last part, okay, of the URL. That is going to be what you put in here. So in my case, I deleted my Facebook account, but I remember the previous one was a Nest Achiever. Okay, and I'm going to bring in the Messenger icon as a component. All right, the last one is going to be for WhatsApp. Okay, so on click of this link or this icon, we should, or anyone clicking this should be able to message you. Okay, so the WhatsApp on their phone is going to be launched, and then they can directly message you. Okay, so this link is going to be HTTPS. There's the link, and the rest is going to be your number +233. Remember to add your country code, your area code, or whatever. And I'm going to pass in the icon as well. All right, so that's all we need here, okay, for our contact component. So now let me actually push this up here. So now we can proceed to the contact CSS and have this styled. I'm going to make this smaller, and contacts, yeah, so we can see, so you can see we have them. And on click of the mail, my mail is going to open. Okay, so that would be a visitor clicking on that, and they can right away enter subject and the message. Okay, and they can send it right here. Okay, and you are going to be able to receive that. For the WhatsApp as well, okay, so they can right away enter a message and then send it right here. Okay, right, same for the Messenger, but as I said, I don't have a Facebook account, so I can't really try this. Okay, but it should work. Okay, so let's move on and install this. I'm going to make this smaller and actually make this smaller as well. Okay, yeah, put this side by side. I'm right away going to get the contact container and display that. Great, display, great. And I'm going to place items to the center. Let's target the contact wrapper. Okay, and give it a width of fit content, and we are going to display that to be flex and have a gap of 2 rem between the elements. Now let's get the contact wrapper and then the links inside of that. So each of these icons are inside a link tag, as you know, right? Let's give them a background of the color primary, font size of 2 rem, border of 2 pixels solid, and for now they are going to be transparent. And also I'm going to have a transition, okay, since we are going to have a hover effect. So a transition of the transition variable. Okay, let me actually give it some padding as well. So a padding of 2 rem. I'm actually, you know what, let me give it a border radius 1.5 rem. Perfect. Now let's give this some hover effect. So on hover, I want the background to be transparent and the border color to be the color gray 100. All right, so on hover we have this cool hover effect. Now let's have a little bit of media query. So this media query is only going to be for small screens or small windows or small devices or whatever. I want to get the contact wrapper and the gap in between is going to be 1.5 rem, and I'm going to get the contact wrapper link and the padding is going to reduce to 1 rem. I'm going to change the font size to 1.2 rem and the border radius is going to 1 rem. So on tablets, this is what we have. It's going to be the same for large screens, and on mobile we have this. Okay, perfect. So that's it for our contact page or our contact component. Let's move on to the next component, which is going to be, let me close this up. So that's going to be the gallery component. Okay, right away I'm going to bring in the stuff that we are going to need. I'm going to return a JSX. So let's wrap that inside a React fragment. Let's first have our header, and we need to pass in a title. So this is going to be, we need our background image as well, passed in as a prop. So that's the header image. Okay, and the child and the children prop. Okay, so let me come back here. That's the gallery, and I'm going to copy this. I think that's actually too much. Okay, I'm going to reduce it. Let me remove some stuff from here. Yeah, that's all right. From the finished project, this should be all okay. And after that, we are going to have a section with these images. Okay, so let's actually save this and then see what we have in our actual project. Let's go to our gallery and we have this, right? But I'm not going to import all the images one after the other. That's going to waste too much time. So I name the images in such a way that I can get them in an array. Okay, and even in the data here, I don't have the images imported for the gallery section. Okay, so let's go into our images and I'm going to show you something real quick up here. And we have gallery 1 to 15. Okay, so I can easily get this inside an array. Okay, so let's go back here in our gallery and I'm going to do something here. Okay, I'm going to have, let's have a constant here. I'm going to say gallery length. Okay, and I'm going to set that to 15. All right, and I'm going to have an empty array here called images. It's going to be an empty array, and I'm going to use the for loop to name images and then push them into this array. Okay, so for I is going to be 0, I less than the gallery length, I plus plus. Okay, we are going to say images dot push, and we are going to use the require. Let's use template literal here. So we are going to go into our images folder. Okay, images, and then we are going to get the gallery. Okay, so we have gallery 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 15, right? So we can do gallery and then I. Okay, so even here we can do I less than or equal to. Okay, and here we can start with 1. This should be images. Okay, and just so you see what is actually happening, I'm going to console.log this images array. Okay, so let's log that and come back to our project. Do we have a problem? We probably do, huh? Yeah, error. Gallery 1. Yeah, we didn't have that extension. So .jpg. Okay, they all have that .jpg extension. So let's come back and then refresh this, and we should not have that error. And we have the array. Okay, so with 15 elements, right? Now you can see gallery 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 15. So that is what we have in our images array. All right, so with this array I can actually map through and then show them. Okay, show the images or fetch the images from the images folder. All right, so I'm going to have a section with a class of gallery. Okay, and in here I'm going to have the container class and a gallery container class as well, and we can map through. Okay, we can map through our images, and let's get the index. Okay, there's going to be a list, so we need to have a unique key. Okay, so we are going to return an article tag. Let's have the unique key so that I do not forget. So that is going to be the index, and in here we are going to have the image. Okay, and use template literal to say gallery image and then the index +1. Okay, so image 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 15. All right, so that is all we need to do here. Okay, that is all we need to do here. We save, come back to our project and refresh just so we get rid of this. Yeah, so we have our images. Okay, and the images are pretty large, that's why we are it's taking too long to load, right? Okay, so that's all. We can proceed and style this. Okay, so let's go into our gallery CSS. It is already linked, as you can see here. So let's style this gallery section or gallery page or gallery component, whatever you want to call it. And you know what, in order to save us some time, I'm just going to paste the CSS. Okay, it's pretty basic. So we get the container, we display grid and all that. We've done this many times, right? So I'm just going to save, and let's see what we have. So we have this, and we have a cool hover effect as well. Okay, so this is very basic. You can do this. So I'm going to once again show you the code. So it starts from here, and we have the media queries here as well. Okay, so you can pause it and type this out. All right, so that's all. Let's actually see how this is going to look on mobile devices and on tablets. So this is how it's going to look on tablets. Okay, and on mobile, this is how it's going to look. All right, now let's move on to the next component or the next page. I don't want to waste too much time. Okay, we've done a lot already, so everything should be easily understood. Okay, that is going to be the not found. So let's quickly work on this. Right, in here we are going to have one import. Apart from the CSS, we're going to import the link from the React router DOM. Okay, so React router DOM, right? And we are going to return a section. Okay, we are not going to give it any class or anything, but let's give it a div class of container and another class of not found container. Okay, now in here we are going to have an h1 You can make it an H2 if you want. Let's actually make it an H2. That's just going to say page not found. Okay, and let's have a link. It's going to go to the home page, and let's give this a class. Okay, there's going to be a button, or at least we want it to look like a button, so the btn class should be enough. And let's just say go back home. All right, and that's all we need. So let's quickly style this. Okay, so let's first see what we have. So if you go to any page that doesn't exist, okay, we have this. All right, so let's quickly work on that. I'm going to bring this on the right side. Let me actually shrink this. Okay, let's target the not found container and text align to the center. Let's give it a padding top as well of 8 rem. Let's save. Yeah, we have that. Now let me shrink it even further, and I'm going to grab the not found container again, and the btn, that's the button. I'm going to give it a margin top of 2 rem, and nothing seems to be happening, so I'm just going to display inline block. Okay, we save and we have this. Okay, so now if we click this, we should go back home. All right, perfect. So we have our about done, the gallery done, contacts done, remaining the plans and then the trainers. Okay, so let's work on the plans page or the plans component. I'm going to bring this up. You can now close these two. Let's go into our plans component, and I'm going to pull up the data. Okay, so that I show you something real quick. Yeah, we have our plans here. That's the array. So we have 3 objects in our array. So the first one, the second one, and then third one. And notice we have ID, name, description, price, and then features. Okay, this features is also an array with some objects. So that's what we have. Okay, and this applies to all 3. Now for the features, we have a feature with a text, and then we check we have available. Okay, so some features are going to be available and some are not. Okay, so some plans are going to have some features available, right, and some are not going to be available. Okay, so not all features are going to be available for all plans, if that makes sense, right? And we are going to use that to style it. Okay, the only reason we have that is to help us style it well. Okay, so if a feature is not available, okay, so if the available is false, then we are going to have that grayed out. Okay, as you can see here. All right, and for this plan, all the features are available. Okay, so the available is going to be true for all the features that we have here. Okay, so as you can see, they are true for all this. Okay, but here some of them are false, and here even more of them are false. Okay, let me actually remove this comma from the last object. All right, so let's go back. I can even close this, right? Let me leave it for now. Let's come back into our plans, and I'm going to import some stuff that we are going to use. All right, so I just imported all the stuff that we need. We need the header image, the card. We are going to use it here, and we need the plans array from the data.js. Okay, so in here I'm going to wrap the stuff that we are going to need, or our JSX inside the React fragment. And first we are going to have our head, or our header, sorry. So we need to pass in our title, and we need to have our image as well, our image prop, and that's going to be the header image. Okay, all right, let's have some text. So I'm going to go to the finished project here and then copy this, come back and then paste it, save. Let's go to our actual working or the actual project that we are working on, and we have it. Okay, beautiful. Now a sibling of this is going to be a section with a class of plans. Let's have our container and plans container class as well. We are going to map through our plans. Okay, so plans.map, we can write away the structure, the ID, the name, the description, the price, and then the features. Okay, the features itself is going to be an array, but we can get that here. Let's return some JSX. Okay, so in this case we are going to return the card. Okay, all right, now since there's a list, we should pass in a key, a unique key. In this case we are going to use the ID that we destructured here. Okay, let's actually give this card a class name of plan. Okay, beautiful. Now in here we are going to have an h3. Okay, where is going to have the name of the plan. We are going to have a small tag, where is going to have the description of that plan. Okay, just a brief description. And we are going to have an h1, is going to be the price. Okay, so let's enter JavaScript mode here. I'm going to use template literal, just so we have the $sign. Okay, so we are first going to have the $sign and the price. Okay, now we destructured here. All right, so there's the $sign and we are getting the price as well. All right, now we are going to have an h2. So h2. All right, now we are going to have an h4, and that is going to say features. Okay, and that's where we are going to map through our features as well. So we can enter JavaScript mode again, get our features that we are destructuring here, which is an array. Remember, this features is an array itself, so we can map through that. Okay, just like we are doing here. So features.map, and let's destructure everything that we need here as well. So we need a feature, we need the available, and because there's going to be a list, let's get the index. Okay, it's not going to change or anything, so we can use the index for the unique key. And here we are going to return a paragraph. Okay, so a paragraph tag. Okay, so let's give it the unique key, where is going to be the index, and let's actually give this a class name, but this class name is going to vary, okay, depending on the available, okay, whether it's true or false. But in here we can pass in the feature itself, okay, which is the text, which is this feature. Okay, so in here let's check if available is false. Okay, if it is false, then we are going to add a disabled class. Okay, if not or else, we are going to have an empty code. Perfect. Now let's see what we have so far. Okay, not too bad, I guess. But outside this, okay, that is inside the card, but outside of the loop, we are going to have a button, and this is not going to go anywhere. That is why I'm making it a button. You can make it go somewhere. You can import the link from React router and make it go somewhere, but I'm going to give this a class name of btnlg. Okay, and this is going to say choose plan. All right, so we save, come back to our project, and that's what we have. Okay, beautiful. Now that is all for the JSX. We can proceed to actually style this. Okay, so let's open our plan CSS, and once again we've wasted a lot of time on the CSS already, so I'm just going to paste in the CSS for the plans as well. Okay, this isn't too difficult to do, so yeah, I'm just going to paste it as I've done already. Okay, so I'm just going to scroll through so that you can type it out, or you can get a source code if you want. Okay, so it is very basic. All right, so that's it. Now let's check it out, and this is what we have. Okay, perfect. All right, let's check it out on tablets and then mobile phones as well. Okay, looking amazing on mobile phones. And let me quickly show you the disabled, yeah, right here. Okay, so that is going to be the color gray 400. Okay, that is going to give it this kind of grayed out look. You can give it an opacity as well if you want. So yeah. All right, now let's move on to the next or the last component or the last page, the trainers. Okay, so let's quickly move on to the trainers. Now let's check out the trainers, and as you can see, I have some constants, okay, for the images that we are going to need. Okay, so each trainer is going to have its own image. Okay, so we have 1 2 3 up to 6, so we have 6 trainers in all. We have the ID, image, name, job, and then the socials, okay, which is also an array. All right, so the socials have the links, okay, the social media handles for each trainer. All right, so let's proceed. Let's go back into our trainers, and I'm going to import all the stuff that we need. Okay, I'm going to do that off screen. All right, so I have everything imported. I have my header, I have my header image, the trainers array from the data. I have some social media icons as well imported. Okay, so in here we should have our React fragments. First, we are going to have our header. So header components. Let's pass in our props. Okay, so the title, and let's pass in our image prop. It's going to be for the background. So I'm going to just copy this. That's probably too much, but let's just keep that. And we are going to have a section with a class of trainers, and div with a class of container and trainers container. Right away, we are going to map through the trainers. Okay, so the trainers array the map, we can right away destructure the ID, the image, the name, the job, the socials as well, which is also an array that we are going to map through later. And let's return a trainer. Okay, a trainer component which we haven't created yet. All right, so let's go into our component folder and then create that component trainer singular.jsx. Okay, let's have RAFCE. Remove this React imports, and in here I'm going to import our card. I'm going to expect some props. Okay, so we will get the image, the name, the job, and the socials. All right, now we are going to return the card. Okay, the card component. Let's actually give this a class name of trainer singular. Okay, we are first going to have a div with a class of trainer image or trainer img, and let's have our image. Okay, so let's just pass in our image prop that we've destructured, and for the alt, let's have the name of the trainer, and also we are going to have an h3 that's going to have the name of the trainer as well, and a paragraph that is going to have the job, okay, or the speciality or whatever the trainer does. All right, and below that we are going to have a div with a class of trainer socials. Okay, so let's map through the socials array, and here too we can right away destructure the icon, the link, and also I'm going to get the index. Okay, so there is going to be, let me have a comma here. So there is going to be a list. Okay, we need a unique key there, and in here we are going to return an anchor tag. Okay, now the href is going to be the link that we are destructuring. Let's give this a key. Okay, a unique key. That's the index that we are going to use, and in here we are going to have our icon. Okay, so our icon, and that's it. Okay, but I'm actually going to give this a target of blank, no opener. We save. So let's import trainer. So we are importing trainer from our component and trainer. Okay, let's pass in the props. Okay, the props that we are trying to get here. Okay, so since there is also going to be a list, we need a key, a unique key. That's going to be the ID. Let's pass in the image. That's going to be this image that we are destructuring here. Let's pass in the name prop. That's also going to be this name. Let's pass in the job prop. That's going to be the job that we are destructuring here. And lastly, the socials. Okay, so socials. Now for the socials, I'm actually going to do something real quick here. Let me make this a self-closing tag. Okay, the trainers or the trainer, sorry. And for the socials, I'm going to have an array of objects here. So icon is going to be, the first one is going to be the Instagram icon. So let's have that in as a component, and the link, okay, which we are destructuring here in the home. Okay, so we get the social setting, we get the icon, and then the link, as you can see here, right? So the link is going to be the socials, the first element in the socials array. Okay, so that's for one. Let's do 2, 3, 4. So we are going to have Twitter, Facebook, and then LinkedIn. Okay, all right, so this should be the second, the index of 1, the index of 2, and then the index of 3. Okay, so this last one is going to have the LinkedIn link. Okay, so in the data we have, first one is going to be Instagram, as I said. The last one is going to be the LinkedIn. We have the second one as Twitter, and then the third one as Facebook. Okay, so this would be the actual handles of your trainers. All right, so that's what we are doing here. Let's save and then come back to our project. And I have a big fat error, import was not found, vs Instagram. I'm importing something different here, huh? Instagram from real accounts to BS. This should be BS. All right, let's save, come back, and we should make sure we are returning this. Okay, let's save, come back to our projects, and refresh this, and we have our trainers. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's move on to the CSS, style this quickly and then get done with this. Okay, let's move on to the trainer CSS. For this one, I'm going to type it out. Okay, so let's get the trainer or the trainers container. Okay, let me put this on this side, and here I'm going to display grid. The grid template columns is going to repeat 3 times 1FR. So let's actually have some space. So a space of, I think, 4 should be good. Now I'm going to get the card trainer. So the trainer, which is the article, right? I'm going to give it a padding of 1 rem. I'm going to reduce the padding to 1 rem. and let's proceed and then get the trainer image. So trainer img, that's the class we gave it. Let's give it a border radius of 0 to rem. We have to set the overflow to be heading to see this. Now we are going to get the paragraph. Okay, so trainer p, and the margin top is going to be 0.5 rem. The h4 or h3, let me confirm this. Yeah, that's an h3. So trainer h3, I'm going to give that a margin top of 2 rem. This should actually come to the top. Let me put that at the top here. Okay, so we have that. Now let's get the trainer socials. Okay, and I'm going to display that to be flex. Give it a gap of 1 rem. Justify content to be center, and align items to the center as well. Okay, now I'm going to give it a margin of 2 rem 0. So 2 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Perfect. All right, now let's target the links inside of it. Okay, so the anchor tags, and I'm going to give it a font size of 0.7 rem. Background, I'm going to make that the 600. Give it a padding of 0.8 rem, and a border radius 0.7 rem. Okay, yeah, we have that. Now we are going to have a hover effect, so I'm going to give it a transition on the transition variable. Okay, so on hover of the card, okay, on hover of the trainer, I want to style this. Okay, the background, I want it to be the color BG500. All right, so let's save this, and we have this. Okay, we have this effect, and I don't think this looks as early as in the finished project, so yeah, that's not bad. That's all right. Okay, we can keep this. All right, now let's make this responsive, and that's going to be very basic. So media queries is going to be medium screens or medium windows, medium devices, whatever you want to call it. So add medium screen, and come on, max width 1024 pixels. That's for tablets. I want to get the trainers container and set the grid template columns to be 1FR 1FR. Okay, and I'm going to change the gap as well to be 2.5 rem, and that's all I'm going to do there. So let's shrink this a little bit. So on tablets, this is how it's going to look. Okay, now we are going to do a very similar thing for the small or for phones. So this for tablets, you're going to have another for phones, right? So there's going to be small screens. Close this, yeah, perfect. And there's going to be 600 pixels. The grid template columns is going to be 1FR. Let me make this 2 rem. Okay, now I'm going to get the card, okay, and give it a width of 90%, okay, and a margin in line of auto. So now let's see what we have on mobile. We have this. Okay, let's actually view this on an actual mobile render. So it is going to be for tablets, and on mobile you're going to have it this way. Okay, beautiful. So now we are basically done. I don't have an internet connection right now, as you can see. And yeah, that's all for the whole application, guys. That's all for this whole website. That's all for the whole website, and we can ignore these errors. They are not actually errors from our app or anything like that. We have our plans, okay, and what else? Trainers, of course, we just created that. All right, now one last thing I want to do is this, okay. I want it to look exactly as we have in the finished project, okay. I think I changed my mind, but let's have it look exactly as we have it here, okay. And also let's give it that background texture, okay. Let's give our body that background texture. So let me close all of these up, and we are going to go to, that's the home page, CSS, and let's go to the top. So this blur, I'm going to cut that and then bring it here and just remove this hover effect, okay. Let's save, come back to our project, and that's what we have, okay. All right, now let's give it that background texture. That's the body. So let's go to our index CSS. Let me minimize all these, okay. So let's go into our index.css to the body, and the background, yeah, the background, we are going to give it a background URL as well. So let's go into our let's go into our images and get bg texture, okay. I think that's what I called it. So bg texture, let's go into our images and then confirm that it's almost invisible, okay. It's very transparent, so it's almost transparent rather. So right here, okay, bg texture. So we save this, come back to our project, and now it is exactly as the finished project, okay. You can see this actually deployed. All right, so let's go back, and this the project we just worked on. Perfect. So now we have a big fat problem here, okay. So on the home page, I think I imported the footer on the home, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to remove this. we are using we are using it outside the route, okay. So perfect. Let's make sure I'm not having any other errors anywhere on the pages, on the other pages, before we deploy this, okay. So everything is looking amazing. Now let's proceed to actually deploy this, okay. All right, so to deploy our website, let's log back into our hosting account and let's head into our H panel, okay. So let's go down to file manager, let's click that. Let's click domains here and select the domain name we registered, okay. All right, in here you should have public_html folder. If you don't have it, you can create one yourself, okay. And this is where our project is going to live, okay. Now if you have anything here too, you can delete it if you want. All right, so let's go back to our project that is in VS Code. I'm going to close everything, okay, and minimize this as well, and let's go into our package.json, okay. And I'm going to have my home page to be the domain name we registered, okay. So in this case, that is going to be tutorials.com, right? http. All right, yeah, let me have a comma and I can close this, okay. Now let's make this app ready for production, okay. So we are going to run npm run build, okay. And this build folder is what we are going to upload to the Hostinger server. All right, so let's wait while this build is being created. All right, so everything is done, but to make things easy, I'm going to, so this is the build folder that we are going to upload. Okay, the production folder. All right, so I'm going to compress that, and this is what we are going to upload, and after that we are going to unzip it. Okay, so let's come up here and then upload that zip file and upload that. Okay, I select it and then I upload, and it's uploaded. I can extract this. Okay, I'm going to do dot and extract. I can delete this zip file and move everything here into my main. Okay, so I'm going to move. Let's go into our public, and we can delete the build. Okay, we don't have anything in it. If I go into it, there's nothing in the build. Okay, so let's delete the build folder, and now our site is live. Okay, so let's test this out. Let's visit the site agatortutorials.com, right? And as you can see, our website is live. Okay, everything is working as expected. This brings us to the plans page. Okay, everything is working exactly as expected. Okay, our testimonials as well. You can go to the about, and we have our cohort effects with the images as well, our plans, our gallery, our trainers. The images are taking a while to load, but everything is working exactly as expected. Okay, so now since I have an internet connection, everything is working. Okay, Instagram, actually I can't access it for some reason. All right, Facebook and LinkedIn and all that. Okay, perfect. Contact as well. So let's try the WhatsApp and all that. So the email should work exactly as it did for production, for the development. Okay, we can enter a message and then send. Okay, the Facebook Messenger should also work as well. All right, so that's all, guys. That's it for this whole project. Thanks for watching, and I'm going to see you in the next project.